Yeah, you just heard that right. I finally found someone finally went out of their way to fix the original sound files for Higurashi. I think this anyway, I'm sure you think this it would have been some sort of April Fool's joke like I did this year. But yeah, they changed the music for unknown reasons into more fitting ones, and they didn't add like a music selector just to keep the original going. So I had to put this on hold for a good while until someone went out of their way to make their sorry about that. To get like the original sound files going. I know there was a website that did that, but obvious there was files like literally files types and not like OGG like the game used. Anyway, yeah, I'm just rambling throughout. Let's get started. Finish Watanagashi. Keiji? Keiji? Just leave him alone. His friends went missing. It must be really hard for him. Normally my dad never shows me any consideration. This time he did. Didn't Keiji stay home from school? As it isn't obvious enough, Maroon. Shouldn't Keiji stay home from school for a while too? I think it would be safer not to go until the police do something about this. Maybe. Compared to what could happen, taking a few days off wouldn't be a bad idea. Anyway, how is it logical not to close school during such a dangerous situation? Most teachers think our children are. Mom and Dad were getting pretty riled up at this point. I couldn't care less. Besides, that wasn't the only thing I couldn't care less about. The breakfast table, the food in front of me, the time and date myself, I really had no interest in anything. This feeling was like a dead fog in my mind. It felt like getting dizzy after taking strong medication. Keiji, how are your studies going? You've gotten further than the other kids, haven't you? If you have, then you can take a few days off, alright? I didn't even feel like answering. Today was Thursday. Only 4 days had passed since the Watanagashi festival. Such a short time, and yet now things were completely different. Everything had changed. The tranquil village, bright and clear as if it were an Indian summer, had undergone a total reversal. People were made to disappear every night, and we couldn't even relax when walking out in broad daylight. The village had become a world of fear. I had no right to curse this outcome. After all, the one responsible for everything was me. That night, I couldn't resist my honestly tiny little and incredibly stupid curiosity and broke the taboo. This isn't somewhere we should be going, is it? Let's not. It's a crime to force your way into a locked building, even if you don't steal anything. Shion, now that you know they weren't having some secret rendezvous, you've had enough, right? I don't want to do something like this. What if Rika-chan dance ends while we're messing around here? I prattled on as I took the lock from Tomitake-san's hand and put it back on the door. I'll forget everything I saw here, so come on. Let's go, let's go. Takano-san was fretting, but I pushed her away. Tomitake-san grinned painfully. Shion's shoulders drooped as if to call me an idiot. You know the usual routine. Even so, I didn't care. I pushed everyone farther and farther away. Rika-chan's dance was still going on. Then at last, her dance was brought to a close with roaring applause. I too, until my hands turned red, I clapped and clapped. Ding dong! Isn't that Rena-chan? She's here because it's your usual meetup time, isn't she? I looked up at the clock. It was 5 minutes past my time with Rena. Keiji, shouldn't you take a few days off from school? You're right. Thanks for being so considerate. I rose from my seat. I went to the entrance to greet Rena. Good morning. We're going to school as a group starting today, so you can't be late. Ah, that's right. If we, the farthest away, were to be late, the younger kids on the way there would be waiting for us. I think I'm going to take some time off from school. Okay. Rena answered shortly, nodding. I think you should do whatever is best for you. I think you should do whatever is best for you, Keiji-kun. So you don't need to feel that you're weak or anything. Oh, and here. It's a notice they're sending around. Could you give it to your mom? I think it's a lot of important announcements in it. I took the notice. There were a lot more pages than normal. The one on top announced the disappearance of the mayor, Rika-chan, and Satoko, and that they wanted any information about them. It made my heart ache. The police are looking as best as they can too. They'll find them for sure. Let's be patient. Okay? Rena said, smiling in an attempt to give me courage. Rather than that, though, her smile looked like it was because she herself wanted to believe they were safe. Rena, you're not going to question me? Nope. Rena, you know, don't you, about that night, Do you mean when you snuck into the ritual storehouse? Okay then. I was speechless for a moment, but then I bit my lip, made up my mind and nodded a little. So, it's all out in the open. Really, I shouldn't do bad things like that. Chan was really mad. So she was upset. I suppose she would have been. I don't think she was as angry about you sneaking in there though. As much as about you hiding it from her. Maybe Kei-chan, maybe you should have told her yourself and apologize. I should have told her myself and apologized. That troubled me. 1 week ago, I did something that I myself should have apologized to Mion for. I'd hurt her badly, however, I hadn't realized at all. Plus, with all the confusion that Shion's appearance had brought, I still hadn't been able to talk to Mion about it. Rena, you're right. I never realized anything until you tell me. Keiji-kun, hypothetically, you had admitted you've done something wrong right away and apologized to me-chan? I wonder if Rika-chan and Satoko-chan wouldn't have to disappear. I couldn't answer right away. I couldn't admit to that. Wasn't Rena telling me right now, though, that I should have admitted to my crime sooner? If I done that and apologized, would things not have gone in such a horrible direction? Rena's eyes were filled with kindness, but they weren't naive enough to forgive me for keeping silent, and stared fixingly into my own. Yeah, you're right. If I had admitted my crime sooner, then Rika-chan and Satoko wouldn't have to die or disappear. Smack! The palm of Rena's hand slapped me in the cheek. I stood there unmoving, my head still tilted in the direction I'd been hit. It didn't hurt at all. I don't think that anyone has scolded you, Keiji-kun, so I'll scold you in their place, okay? I placed a hand on my cheek, now warm with embarrassment, and quietly stared down at Rena's feet. Going somewhere you're not allowed to go to was a very bad thing to do. Do you understand that? Uh-huh. Answer me with a yes, Keiji-kun. Yes. Also, what's even worse, you didn't even admit to having done something so bad. You should never do anything bad in the first place, but not admitting to it or apologizing for it is much, much worse. Yes, I was wrong. For a few moments, Rena stared at me silently and intently as if gauging my remorse. And hi, Odin, how are you doing tonight? Then finally, the tension in her face softened and she smiled. Okay then, it's about time. I should be going. Alright. Be sure to give the notice to your mom, okay? Also, warn her not to go out, pass it on after it gets dark. I bent down to pick up the notice, which I dropped when she slapped me. The pages had come out of the clasp, and were now making a yeah, I'm good myself. Making a mess on the floor. I gathered them up one by one. My hands stopped at a single more lighthearted page with peaceful sentences dancing on it. We still have plenty of homemade soy sauce in stock. Feel free to come. Oh, jeez. I already know what's coming for the answer arc for this. Feel free to come to the Sonosaki house if you want some. What is this? Picked up the page and scanned the rest of it. They were stockpiling high-quality soy sauce they got from faraway relatives in the Akita prefecture. They got a big shipment recently. They couldn't use it all, so they wanted anyone who wanted some of it to feel free to come over. Is that what it said? Also, as a PS, it said it arrived in barrels, and please bring a 2-liter bottle or other containers for it. That's how it tied together. If you need some soy sauce, then you would go to the Sonosaki house. Rena? You know all along? Yeah, I knew. Rena had already been suspicious of Mion. As soon as she noticed that the big bottle of soy sauce was... Higurashi had taken the bottle and gone to Mion's house, and there she was erased. I see. Like I said, I'm always there to help for Left 4 Dead co-op. Rika-chan wasn't coming back, so Satoko called Mion's house because she knew where she had gone, and then Satoko got called there as well. The meeting on the day the mayor disappeared, didn't Oishi say that the three families participated in it? The 3 families would include the Sonosaki family. Didn't he say that the current leader was really old, so her heir, Mion, frequently stood in for her at public appearances? While the mayor was returning from the shrine, Mion called out and stopped him. She talked to him and invited to their house, and then she made him disappear. It was probably simpler to make Shion disappear. Shion was part of the Sonosaki family. Oh, yeah. You know, like I said, I already know what's happened to them. They probably knew what exactly she was doing at all times. I'm sure they even knew her part-time job schedule too. Thinking back, wasn't that Angel Mort's store managed by the Sonosaki family? Setting up an ambush for her there? Wouldn't have been any trouble at all. I'm going to Mion. I'll go apologize. I'm going to have her put an end to everything. Mion probably won't forgive me easily, but I'll go and ask her not to sacrifice anyone else. With that decided, there's no need for me to be lazing around here. I put on my shoes and slipped past Rena to exit the house. When she stopped me, I'm going too. Rena, shouldn't you go to school? This is way more important than school. Rena, you shouldn't come. Oh my god. Like I said, if I watched the anime of this arc and read some of the manga as well, yeah. I'm just already envisioning this. I never envisioned those eyes from before. Like the jump scare types, not the lizard-looking ones. Anyway, if you get wrapped up in this too, I think I might actually go crazy. Brenna didn't move her arm, which was blocking my way. If Keiji-kun disappeared as well, then I think I might actually go crazy too. So I won't let you go alone. Rena argued boldly as tears welled up in her eyes. I saw them and I knew the strength of her resolve. Alright, let's go. I'm not gonna spoil it for you guys, of course. You just have to watch oh my god, what I read and see for yourself. Alright, let's go. Thank you, Rena. Rena nodded slightly but firmly and finally let down the arm blocking me. Let's go to Mion's house. I'll apologize for the crimes I've committed, then we'll put an end to these twisted days. After that, I'll pray that once more we can return to those fun, lively days. You know, I'm probably gonna jinx it, but I feel like this is probably the only arc where Rena doesn't go crazy or has like those creepy eyes either. Again, Oni Kakushi was the only one where Rika... No, she died here. Oh, oops. Yeah, Oni Kakushi-hen, so far as we've seen, isn't the one where Rika died. With Rena following me, I left the house. In front of the house, there was a car waiting. It was Oishi-san. Hey, good morning. Aibara-san. To you too, Ryugu-san. Together so early in the morning? You make me jealous. A truly praiseworthy man he was, if he had been lying in wait so early in the morning just to pressure me into talking. This morning though, maybe this was actually a good opportunity. You're from the police. Oh, I've not introduced myself to you, Ryugu-san. Please excuse my rudeness. My name is Oishi. From the Okinomiya Police Department. Pleased to meet you. Are we telling Oishi-san? Oh, whoops. Are we telling Oishi-san? Yeah. I think my palm is punishment for your crime, Keiji-kun, but should leave Mi-chan's house to these people. Pain and sadness. I look down as those emotions build up in my heart. We have something to tell you, Oishi-san. Well, now, what do... Oh no, don't go into oblivion quotes. Anyway, well now, what about? Should we stand here and talk? Or go inside the car? In the car, please. I only continued to look down weakly. All I could do was to be thankful for how dependable Rena was. Okay. And before she starts talking about what she's eating. At Rena's urging, I revealed everything to Oishi-san. The latter, while making sure to throw in murmurs that he was paying attention every now and then, took notes, continued that way for a while. How do you feel? Don't you feel a lot better now that you've told me? Oishi-san asked this while scratching his head with his ballpoint pen. Of course I don't feel better. The price that I paid up until now for me not owning up to my crimes had been so immense. But as long as that payment wasn't returned, the load on my chest never been removed. His radio started to emit static. Bzz, bzz, this is Kumatane. What? Kumatani. My bad. Oh, I just butchered that. Oishi-san. Over? Yes, hello. This is Oishi. We've got news a few minutes ago that she's been absent from school. No movement at the Sonosaki house. Our target is still on the premises. Yep. Yes, good. Keep a close watch out. Roger that. Cars 3 and 7 just arrived for support, and we've returned to base. Also, I think the division chief is looking for you, Oishi-san. Keeps annoying me too, even though I keep telling him that I've been trying to get in touch with you. What should I do? If you're hard-pressed for an answer, tell him you're actually under orders not to wake me from my morning nap. Got it. The radio grew silent. Sorry about that. It was about work. He just said there was no movement at the Sonosaki house, didn't he? Oh my, did it sound like that to you? This won't do. Please keep that a secret, alright? I don't have permission from the division chief to be making private inquiries like this. Oishi-san had suspected Mio for a long time. Or for questioning witnesses, or for searching houses. We don't have permissions for anything, really. Sonosaki House's defenses said to protect the family members are also in full working condition. Without a warrant, we can't do anything about anything unless the crimes happen right in front of us. Oishi-san, could you be... Rena's tone of voice alone was enough to make her spite clear as she started at Oishi-san. You can't set foot in the Sonosaki house. We're trying to get... Oh. You can't set foot in the Sonosaki house. We're trying to get Keiji-kun to go in there instead. Rena, that's... What do you mean? The person... This person, just as I thought, he plays really dirty. Stop, you're hurting my reputation. That said, I'm all ears to your explanation, okay? Oishi-san lit a cigarette and responded to Rena, wearing an expression implying she was calm and willing to let her comment slide. You can't get a warrant, but you've always had your eyes on Mi-chan. You can't get a warrant, but you've always had your eyes on Mi-chan because you thought she was suspicious. Yes? You plotted to incite Keiji-kun and have him go to the Sonosaki house. And if there was something that happened to him, you would have used that as an excuse to go in. Isn't that right? I only understood about what half of Rena was saying. I knew, of course, that Oishi-san had been trying to use me. Even if Keiji-kun got hurt as a result, have you no shame? Is there anything that how the police do things? My. It seems we have an incredible detective on our hands. Oh my. What have you been interested in taking our exam? I'd gladly write a recommendation letter to get you into the detective division. You're despicable. Rena spoke quietly, her words dripping with hostility. I've been insulted in all kinds of ways in my life, but one or two words from a young girl is always the roughest for me. Even so, I suppose I should thank you for not arresting Mi-chan yet. Oh, even so, I suppose I should thank you for not arresting Mi-chan yet. Don't mention it. Oishi-san seems to be enjoying his exchange with Rena. Things this man thought were like a swamp. I could barely see past the surface. It reminded me again of how much I disliked him. Now then, as two esteemed friends of Mio and Sonosaki-san, what do you plan on doing now? Will you wait kindly for me to go over the evidence and request a warrant? No, you won't wait for that. We'll go and make Mi-chan surrender herself. That's right. If she turned herself in rather than be arrested, she might get a lighter sentence. At this point, perhaps that was the only pity I could find in me to afford her. The only thing I could see in that is life imprisonment for her. I see. If it will go that well, if you're careless, you two may face danger, you know. Oishi-san was measuring our resolve. I see. I wonder if it will go that well. You're careless. You two may face danger together, you know. Oishi-san was measuring our resolve, so in a strong voice I declare, we're fully prepared. Oishi-san gave us an unpleasant yet seemingly satisfied grin. It was then that I realized this man was trying to use us for his own convenience. If anything should happen to us, use that as an excuse. Though my greatest hope is that you will surround. Oh, though my greatest hope is that you will surround the place so that the criminal can't get away. Ryugu-san, you're good at negotiating too. I'm throwing in the towel. I surrender. What are you talking about? If the policemen surround Mi-chan's house, then that would be insurance for the worst case scenario. The worst case. Plus, it would matter another. It would matter. It would be another way of pressuring Mio to give herself up, wouldn't it? Oishi to Kuma-chan. Oishi to Kuma-chan. This is Kumatani. Go ahead. Two friends are going to play at the Sonosaki house. Make arrangements so that we can reinforce them if needed. Roger. Zzz. Their altogether too short conversation implied that our questioning was already a part of their plans. Then let's get going. Wouldn't want to buy some tea biscuits on the way there? Neither Rena nor I went along with Oishi-san's stupid joke. Oishi stopped the car at the place where we always wait for Mion. Come to think of it, I've never been to Mion's house before. I've only heard that's right down this road. This is as far as I can take you. According to our information, there are quite a few security cameras set up on the premises. Still, don't worry, I've got a bunch of youngsters ready and waiting to slip past them and go in. Be monitoring the inside with one-way mics, so if the two of you give a loud scream, we'll know right away. We'll persuade her for sure, so be ready for her to turn herself in. In both our eyes was determination. It was the only method available for us lightening the sins of our good friend. Be plenty careful, you hear? You probably don't believe it believe it right now, but I don't want you two being sacrificed if at all possible. You're right about that. With that rude response, we left the car. The clinging humidity and voices of the cicadas greeted us. I've never expected this would be happening today. Let's go, Keiji-kun. Rena took the lead and began to walk. Down the road I'd never been. Rena, you've been to Mion's house before, right? Yeah, a few times. It's a really big house. You could fit a mountain into their backyard too. You could pick mushrooms and stuff, though there are fences everywhere. Big enough to fit a mountain, that was something. One of the three families controlling Hinamizawa and the head of the family, Sonosaki-san. Perhaps there was something to be said about this magnitude. The path continued onwards, level and uneventful. There were metal fences along its edges, and beyond them were woods with trees growing thickly. Fences were high, the tops of them bent inwards, sticking out like sharp spears. Plus, there was dangerous-looking barbed wires wrapping them. No one could look at them and not feel intimidated. In addition, there were signboards hung up there and along the fence. Private property of Sonosaki family, entrance forbidden. Beware of venomous snakes. Active security cameras. Intruders will be charged for an entry fee of 1 million yen. How much is that US dollars? Almost at an estimate $10,000 or $9,000 at best. This forest, or should I say mountain, is this all their yard? More like their domain. See, it's private property, but nobody maintains it. The forest isn't really the kind you can go hiking in. You could say that again. It really did feel like a neglected, savage woodland. It was dark and damp, and certainly not a forest that made you want to go for a nice walk. Maybe that's just what happens when the lawnmower has too much land. Like Oishi-san said, there were security cameras hung up all over the place. Though they had been weathered by wind and rain, casting doubt as to whether they were even functional. I wonder if Mion is watching us as we... I don't think she is. People living in Mi-chan's house, generally her and her grandma after all. Nobody to watch the cameras. What a useless security system. Well, Mi-chan's father is like a pretty tough person to get along with. So wherever everyone in the family is, the camera are apparently equipped to... Oh, hang on. The cameras are apparently working properly. That's right. Mion's father, he was a big shot Yakuza, wasn't he? Rena smoothly danced around the answer as she explained. At last, a huge gate as big as I imagined appeared. She living by herself with her grandmother in a house with such a grand gateway? Wonder if she's here. Beep. The old buzzer made a dull sound. Cut off in the middle and not getting to the house? You waited long enough without a response for me to start thinking like that. However, we heard footsteps walking through gravel on the other side of the gate. I nervously balled my hands, my palms now sweating into fists. There was the clang of the ball being gate open slightly. I see, Robbie. How are you doing tonight? Alright, the person peeking out of the gap was none other than Mion. Oh, this is unusual. Aren't you two going to school? Mion didn't seem at all surprised at the visitors. No, I think Rena's the best grill. And yes, I said grill. Surprised at visitors arriving in the morning. Wasn't a normal time. Bahar... Oh. Have fun. As if she knew we were coming beforehand. We stayed home today. Kei-chan is one thing, but you too, Rena? You two are such troublemakers. Mion smiled lightly, in a way that the Mion we always have did. Well, let's not just stand here. Come on in. She gestured for us to follow her. I hesitated for a moment, looking at Rena. Let's go. Rena smiled cheerfully as if we were passing through the gate of a good friend's house and then just did that. I'd rally myself and then go through the gate too. On the other side, it hadn't been maintained very well. It was clear that the lot was magnificently wide. Wasn't quite what you think of when you hear mansion, but it was very, very clearly a vast place. The first time you've been here, Kei-chan? Ah, yeah. His house is enormous. Deep thatch roofs aren't in fashion. This place could be a tourist attraction. I want to rebuild it using totally average and boring reinforced concrete soon. Mion dryly smiled as she said that, then closed the gate and relocked the heavy bolt. Don't worry about it. Things have been dangerous lately. I had to do at least this much during the daytime. Yeah, you're right. Maybe this was my imagination, but I thought I saw the hint of a shadow in her smile. Well then, good sir, madam, I shall show you inside. Please come this way. Mion bowed to us like a worker at a high-class hotel and pivoted onto her heel and began to walk. Welcome back, by the way. Rena gripped my stiffening arm lightly. Eiji-kun, you're too tense. Came to see me-chan, remember? You don't need to be that nervous. That's right. When I get nervous, I tend to let everything show on my face. I'll stop tensing up. Even if something were to happen, there were two of us. Oishi-san subordinates were waiting outside the gate for us too. There was nothing to worry about. After thinking about it that much, I realized my nervousness was already gone and laughed at myself. What's this? Mio, what's with the stone on top of the newspaper? It's in the way. There was a pile of newspapers on the floor, the entrance, and there was a large rock on top of them. I didn't understand why something like this was here. Rena noticed, looking at it questioningly and giggled. Rena, do you know? What is this? Some kind of good luck charm? If you don't really know, then feel free to move it out of the way and put your shoes there. Eiji-kun, there's a nest of swallows right above that stone. Huh? Oh, you're right. This house is for people, but swallows still come in without permission and make nests. It must be like a tradition for them. Whenever spring comes, they always make a nest here. It's kind of annoying though. In other words, it's a sign not to. In other words, it's a sign not to take off your shoes here, because a swallow, you know, could end up in them. Ugh. I couldn't help but laugh at that silly contrivance. My laughter naturally spread the other two. A really long time ago, the Sonosaki family apparently cultivated silkworms. Our ancestors would get all worked up over exterminating the swallows. When you think of it that way, maybe this is just our desserts. Yeah. Anyway, what does bees have to do with what just mentioned, Maroon? Come on in. The inside of the house wasn't very bright at all. It was dimly lit, in fact, but mysteriously, I could still feel an elegance to it. You don't seem to want more modern building, but traditional houses like this aren't bad either. You're kidding, right? Terrible draft and the winters are freezing. Don't go making my house into a property of cultural significance and getting in the way of renovations, got it? What I want most is a house like yours, Kei-chan. I'm pretty jealous of it. Seems like it would be warm in the winter. Oh, but snowfall seems like it would be a problem. Snowfall's a problem? Does Hinamizawa get that much snow? Our latitude is south of Kanto, isn't it? Isn't this region warm? I didn't know Pokemon was in this universe. Oh wait, Kanto is a real region. You don't know, Keiji-kun. Hinamizawa is an area that gets heavy snowfall. When we get a lot, everyone gets buried. Sometimes you can't even get out of your house. I see. What about Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, and Alola, or whatever it's called? You can't find where it is. I wasn't aware of that. Hinamizawa, was that bad a place in the winter? Come to think of it, my dad... I see. Said something like, this place got plenty of snow, so we could have fun building igloos. Still, your front door getting buried, not being able to find your car? That's way too much snow. Remember from geography class, right? The western side of Japan gets cold winds from Asia. We're different from those softies protected by the mountains, nice and warm by the Pacific Ocean. I'm totally okay with being a softie and nice and warm. I hate the cold. We'll have to have a training camp to get Kei-chan used to the cold this winter then. No way, there's no way that's happening. I hate the cold and I hate training camps too. And I hate them even more put together. Mion laughed more uproariously than she had ever had. Then told us she'd bring out some tea and left her seat for the moment. Still, a lot of fun things to do in the winter. Walking in a winter wonder. That's just what came into my mind, and that and this. In the meadow we could build a snowman. Okay, I'm done with Christmas music now. I bet our club will be a blast then. Our club continuing activities through the winter sounds totally horrible, like swimming in the cold or marching in the snow. Did we turn into Mount Redhorn? Or walking in a winter... How do I do that without laughing like... Okay, anyway. Yeah, there are definitely a lot of tough punishment games for the winter season. One time she made us have a real carnival in the schoolyard while the snow was falling. Oh, I see. Nice. I see the terror of our clubs cared not for the season. The victor would be decided by who could best adapt to the winter-only events. We do snowball fights and shave ice eating contests and treasure hunts in the snow. Wait, why is everything outside? Why can't we just play tabletop games in a nice warm room while it's snowing? Oh wait, when did Warhammer Fantasy come out? I know Warhammer 40k came out in 1987. 1987. Oh, in 1983. That's just what came to mind. Oh, KG-kun, if you're saying things like that, then you're gonna lose a lot this winter. We'll have a lot of punishment games, and Rena won't lose. How? Don't give me the how. I settle things with a cross chop on to the head. You're sure having fun. Our walls aren't very thick, so be careful not to go flying through it anyway. Okay? The paper sliding door open and Mio returned with a pot and complete tea set. Do you want sesame seeds on your rice? Sorry, we don't have much in the way of bean paste or other good stuff. It's okay. We really didn't come here to drink tea anyway. Well then. And with those words, the smile disappeared from Rena's face. Ah, she did it. That one careless statement reminded us of what we had nearly been able to forget. I wanted to enjoy this peaceful time for a little longer, but can put an end to that with those honestly careless words. When she noticed the smile disappear from Rennett's expression, Mion too changed hers. It was as if the cheerful air was like a warm spring day until a moment ago had slipped through the cracks in the paper door, and it altogether disappeared. There was no point in regretting it now. We did not come here today to chat and enjoy ourselves. Mion silently poured the tea. During that time, both Rena and I sat kneeling without uttering a word. Here you are. Drink up. We couldn't even mutter a word of acknowledgement at those unnatural words of courtesy. No poison in it or anything. Do you trust me that much? Oh, do you distrust me that much? That's upsetting. Mion gave a bitter smile and let her shoulder droop. That silence. We all remained silent. I just said that. We remained silent, hoping that someone else would speak up first. That was, however, we didn't want to do, and so we sat for a long time. At last, Mion scornfully opened her mouth to speak. Hey now, Kei-chan, Rena, you're the guest. Didn't you come here for something? Or if you don't speak up first, this old man won't know what to do. Rena and I exchanged glances. We both resigned ourselves. Rena opened her mouth to speak first, so I stopped her. Ikun. It's okay. I needed to come here. Let me talk first. Okay, I understand. What would Kei-chan have to tell me? Please give me your daughter's hand in marriage, maybe? Oh my god. Can't do that. My little Rena and Kei-chan are meant for each other. Oh yeah, I definitely agree with that pairing, KGX Rena. That sounds about right for both of them. Go wash your face with miso soup. Try again later. And try again later. Afterwards, I thought her mean remarks were Mion's own way of showing consideration. Mion had said those mean things in a totally normal voice, and it drained the tension from my shoulders. Mion, first, I have something to apologize for. You do? What for? Mion pretended that she didn't know what I was talking about, but I'd clearly gotten my point across. Well, on the night of Watanagashi, the ritual storehouse behind the shrine, I went in there. I could see Mion's expression become harder. I knew it was somewhere I wasn't supposed to go, but it was just supposed to be a little bit of exploration. We didn't mean anything by it. Even so, I still shouldn't have done it. So I apologize. I'm sorry. NSI. Oh my god, I couldn't resist saying that. Oh my god. To display my deepest insincerity, I pressed my forehead to the table. I'd meant it as my way of prostrating myself. I figured it wouldn't be sincere enough if I raised my head right away, so I left it there on the table for a while. Mion didn't say anything. With my face down, I couldn't tell what sort of expression Mion had. Only the voices of the cicadas filled the room. Mixed with them, I could hear the sound of the clock ticking. That was all. When I started to struggle to breathe from having my head down for so long, Mion told me to stop. You got me there. I didn't expect you to pitch it to be straight. You've got me on the ropes. I looked up to see that Mion's face was calm, but she was smiling faintly. If you understand that even though it was only casual exploration for you, Kei-chan, there are a lot of people who think it's no laughing matter, and it's okay. There's an old saying when in Rome, do as the Romans do. It's been days since then. It may be too late, but I apologize. What I did was wrong. Please forgive me. I could feel pitiful tears welling up within me. If I had done this sooner, maybe nothing terrible would have happened. It's okay. If you know what you did was bad, then that's enough, right? Mion spoke like it was someone else's problem, and I wasn't happy about it. Ichi-chan, Ichi-kun is apologizing seriously. I think you should respond seriously as well. I am being serious, though. Do I not look serious to you, Rena? You don't. Rena was giving her, for that. Oh, her tit for tat. And so the room atmosphere quickly began to grow sharper. She was right, even though I came here to speak from the heart like this, it felt like she hasn't been taking this seriously. Obviously, Rena isn't fond of that. Ichi-kun, you can get up now. Tell her everything. That looks like what Mi-chan wants, too. I had known it would turn out like this from the beginning. Hadn't I come here prepared for that? I mustered my willpower and bit my lip. Mion, you called Rena and Satoko the day before last, right? I don't remember doing so. If you have a reason to think so, could you let me hear it? It was the evening before dinner time. Rika-chan should have come here, bringing a big bottle of soy sauce to have you share some with her. Mion was trying to keep from showing any reaction, but I didn't miss her eyelid twitching just a bit. A little bit. Why do you think that? It's not that hard to understand. Mi-chan, you saw it, didn't you? Rika-chan's room? Mion put a finger to her forehead and acted like she was thinking. There was chilled tofu, but no soy sauce. Plus, the big bottle of soy sauce that should have been under the sink was nowhere to be found. What? Is that why she would have come here? Mion, drop the act. You wrote it yourself on the notice, didn't you? That you'd share your soy sauce? Mion scratched her head. I saw her ever so faintly click her tongue. We found out she purposely given too little change to a servant. That's all I could feel from her. Then Mi-chan... Ugh. You, Rika-chan, you erase? You hit her? Rena hesitated for a moment. I could tell that she didn't want to use the word erase, and that she was struggling to find another word. That was really supposed to be the end, wasn't it? For you anyway? What are you talking about? You didn't foresee that Rika-chan and would tell Satoko-chan that she was going to your house, did you, Mi-chan? Then Satoko-chan called. Might Rika be imposing on you? Yeah, probably just like that. You sound just like her. Mi-chan, you were in a bit of a bind then. Because someone knew that Rika-chan would have come here. So you decided to lure Satoko-chan here too. Lure her out? Like now, I wonder? Mion prodded Rena on, as if trying to get to the good part of an interesting story. I, however, knew I had been watching Mion change the whole time. She was restlessly twirling her fingers. She had clearly lost her calm. Of course, it was really a slight thing, and only I, who had been watching her this whole time, would have known. Mion was panicking. What Rena was saying must have been a bullseye. Probably went like this. Satoko, I actually made too much dinner today, so why not come over and eat? Rika-chan came earlier and already ate some. Oh god. Something like that. Scratch. Mion's nails dug into her knee. Heh. There's no recordings on the phone conversation or anything, so how'd you know that much? I know it because the dinner that Satoko-chan made for the two of them was plastic wrapped in their refrigerator that hadn't been touched. For a few moments, Mion's face was frozen in utter amazement. And by the way, Odin and Robbie, if you watch the anime, I'm already sure you know who that Mion actually is, but don't spoil it in the chat, of course. She looked like she couldn't believe that this person in front of her was Rena. With just that to go on, how did you even guess what we said over the phone? It's a long explanation, so I'll get to the point. The contents of the refrigerator provided a vivid account of what you said over the phone when you lured her out. Oh, I see. Mion's jaws remained on the floor. Something like that in a cartoon. That was the only way I could describe her face. That's I had no idea I had such an incredible detective right next to me the whole time. I can't believe you'd figure out everything, down to the phone conversation, just from what was inside the fridge. You've got me there. You've got me. You've got me. As if the dam had burst, Mion convulsed into laughter. Her laughter, though, definitely didn't make us want to laugh as well. Mion grew tired of her dumb laughter, heaved a big sigh, and scratched her head. Already envisioning this scene. Mion had lost a detective punishment game for the club or something, and her punishment had been decided. Oh, how fun would that be if it were true? An incredible detective. Ii-chan, you're the one who guessed what Oishi-san told us. He made me an incredible detective too. As soon as she heard Oishi-san's name, Mion's eyes began to display panic more clearly so that anyone would be able to tell. Mion, the police have suspected you for a long time now. Oishi-san's officers have had the house under observation so that they could break in at any time. Mion's attempt to feign calm, but it looked like she was having a hard time with that. Rutherford couldn't believe that the police had her surrounded and closely examined Rena's facial expression. However, she couldn't detect a hint of falsehood. Finally, Mion seemed to accept the fact that the police were encircling around the house. Was the mayor Mi-chan too? Were Tomitaki-san, Takano-san, you as well? Mion didn't answer a rapid-fire question. I clearly see impatience in her eyes, which were still feigning calm. At last, Mion, who had just been sitting here, lazily readjusted her cushion and set herself upright. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room changed completely. Mion's expression also changed. Impatience and wonderment in her expression disappeared and became so solemn you would think she was about to conduct a tea ceremony. I could sense it. It was now in this moment, Mion had ceased to be Mion, but changed into Mio Sonosaki, the current heir to the Sonosaki house. The solemn atmosphere about her was clearly abnormal. It was entirely different from that of the Mion that I knew. Now I could hardly believe it. Now that I could believe that she was a young leader who commanded the entire Sonosaki clan. Mion had quietly placed her hands on the tatami mat and gave a beautifully elegant bow, as if this were really at a tea ceremony, named herself. We meet for the first time. I am the current heir to the Sonosaki house. My name is Mion. Mion's movements were so elegant that they could cut, and we couldn't even answer her. All Rena and I could do was watch, baffled at her actions, which we could never imagine the normal her doing. I would like to welcome you to the Sonosaki house today. I will greet you all in place of our leader, Oreo. It seems though as you could have various things you would like to ask. If I can be of any assistance, then I would like to answer without concealing anything. What? What did Mion just say? Mion said she would answer anything she asked. There was a strong light of resolve in her eyes. It's really alright if we ask anything then? I shall tell you everything I know. That's why you have come here after all. Rena and I exchanged glances. There was a mountain of things we wanted to ask Mion. Like, what's the meaning of life? However, we hesitated for a moment on what we should ask first. The first question Rena gave was extremely abstract, but it was the question everyone wanted to know right now. Why? Why would you do this? That was what I wanted to ask as well. Why would you do this? That didn't only go for Rika-chan and Satoko. It went for the mayor Takano-san and Tomitake-san as well. No, even further back, for all the incidents that have been occurring every year. For a little while, Mion couldn't respond. Right when we realized that the question was too vague and tried to put it into more concrete terms, finally opened her mouth to speak. Answer that question will take some time. That is acceptable, however, I would by all means like you to hear it. She spoke clearly. She spoke with a clarity that a grandmother might use when telling a story from a long time ago. Do you know that he... Oh, that's an entirely new soundtrack so far. Do you know that Hinamizawa Village used to be called Onigaifuchi Village? Rena nodded lightly and then shot me with a glance asking me if I did. I returned her a nod. Hinamizawa was once called Onigaifuchi Village, yes. I heard all about it that night from Takano-san in the ritual storehouse. They firmly believed that the demon blood ran through her veins and cut off all contact with the outside world. They were worshipped by those in the village at the foot of the mountains and treated like the transcendent, those capable of magic. Oh god, that noise just startled me. That's right. Someone didn't fix the audio quality on this. Our ancestors in the Onigaifuchi village were proud transcendents descended from the demons. Those in the village at the foot of the mountains worship and honor them. Nevertheless, at all the decay with the end of the Tokugawa era, I wonder if Odin is still around. The black ships arrived. The era of the samurai ended. The era of national isolation ended. And the tradition of worshipping Onigaifuchi village quickly disappeared. Those things that linger from the past were all to be detested. That was the kind of era it became. The Meiji era began, and the name Onigaifuchi village, with its long history, was forcibly changed to Hinamizawa village. I've heard that the Meiji government strongly wished to erase the old customs. The abolition of feudal domains and the establishment of the prefectures. An era had begun, seeing Japan sprinting up the stairs were beyond their means to try and reach the same level of the rest of the world. All things in the Western style were to be extolled, while all traditional things were to be scorned. That was the sort of era it was. Our ancestors in Onigaifuchi village were proud transcendents descended from the demons. Onigaifuchi village disappeared in a flash. At last, Japan, provoked by the great European powers, colonizing countries in Asia one by one, began a policy to increase its wealth and military power so that it could stand as a global power in its own right. Conscription began, and when they won the war after war, the first Sino-Japanese War and the Russo-Japanese War, and until the Pacific War broke out, they recklessly climbed the staircase towards modernization. At this time, Onigafuchi village had already lost its impenetrability. The villages once worshipped as transcendents were now on the receiving end of inhuman treatment. Sacred Onigafuchi village had been groundlessly labeled an isolated village of those inflicted with incurable disease, a mere shadow of its former self. It stood on the precipice of an era of hardship. Thus began harsh days where one would suffer unreasonable discrimination just because people knew one was from Onigafuchi. The children in the village at the foot of the mountain were taught not to go near Hinamizawa because filthy germs were rampant there. Children who come into contact with children in Hinamizawa will cry and wail as their parents purified the spot they were touched by rubbing salt on it. One of the adults said to the children that if you got lost in Hinamizawa, you would be kidnapped by demons and cut up into pieces and devoured. Never ever go near the terrifying village of the man-eating demons. That's what he taught him. Another said that during a famine a long time ago, the people of Hinamizawa gathered up all the corpses they discarded into the dry riverbeds, then cooked and ate them in order to survive. Groundless stories, but said in such seriousness. Baseless slander added to the baseless slander, making Onigafuchi village historically accurate, thrilling this history all the more believable. Perhaps a chain of undue discrimination was the main manifestation of people's anxiety towards the uncertain times. Of course, the story didn't end with the perspective of children. If you found out you were from Onigafuchi, you would be turned down from any job you apply for. People will even go back on engagements and marriage proposals. As for the marriage where one partner had lied about it, as soon as the truth got out, they were made to divorce. It even caused trials. They would appeal where one came from and wasn't even important enough reason to divorce. They would, however, lose their case. Lying about one's birthplace apparently constitutes a heavy act of misrepresentation in marriage. That's terrible. I've heard such discrimination towards those in small villages in civics class. Just because others you knew were from a tiny hamlet, you would be subject to every societal disadvantage. There was a modern form of bullying. Though I only mesmerized that because it was going to be on a test one time. I recalled being suspicious about it and unable to believe such discrimination occurred in modern Japan. Well, I suppose I can't say that they weren't asking for it. Our ancestors were proud of the demon blood flowing through them. They lived their lives boasting about it and scorning those at the foot of the mountain. They struck fear into the villagers down there and with their mystique, and demanded gifts of dread and tribute. With that, Mion smiled for the first time, albeit in self-mockery. During the Pacific War, despite the slogans that all the country was acting as one, those from Hinamizawa continued to suffer all manner of discrimination. There were too many ways to count. They would send their husbands and sons to war, and women on the home front would suffer greatly too. My grandmother remembers it well. She remembers it being a difficult time. Even that bitterly long war, however, finally ending in 1945. World War II? Nice to know, Maroon. Hinamizawa had lost many male hands, but at last their fathers and husbands and sons returned to them. Of course, there were also many who didn't come back. Nevertheless, for those in Hinamizawa who were at their limits, barely able to maintain the village without the men, their return was a very happy ending. A very happy thing. Oh my god, I can't say it. MacArthur's GHQ set to work on drastically improving mindsets and strove for the abolition of unfair discrimination. They could feel the day breaking on dismal night that was the previous era. Hinamizawa was on the verge of turning into a ghost town. Those in the village started to say that they could rebuild it once again, and got to work trying to make the village even more plentiful. During that time, someone appeared who built up a fortune through the vast numbers of dealings in the black market. That was Mion's grandfather, the husband of the current elderly leader Sohei Sonosaki. Sohei said that he managed food warehouses in Harbin after being dispatched to the Chinese mainland. When it was time to pull out, he conspired with his superiors and comrades and stole a great deal of army's canned goods. He hid them somewhere in the Seto Island Sea and sold them widely at a high price on the black market, thus earning a fortune. Sohei didn't spend that fortune for his own pleasure either. He entrusted the entire amount to his wife, the head of the Sonosaki house. Let's revive this ruined village. All those who live here are our family, and this fortune is our collective property. So, he proclaimed to my grandmother that the current head of the Sonosaki family, that was vast fortune for. That was a huge reason why Hinamizawa was revitalized after the war. I see. For that, Hinamizawa came back to life, and that's how the Sonosaki family had established its current prosperity. Over the course, there were many people who begrudged the money coming from the black market, but the villagers no longer minded it. He succeeded at one business venture after another. Those who succeeded freely supported those who followed them. And the giant family of Hinamizawa, tied together with strong bonds, kept on expanding its influence. The Sonosaki family, the center of everything, would extol for a long time as the minds behind Hinamizawa's revitalization. The person at the middle of it all was your Nana, Mi-chan. That's amazing! What a great success! Mio looked like she was honestly happy Rena had praised her. However, around 1955, the wind started blowing in other directions again. Because of the canned flesh incident, canned flesh? It sounded so hideous that just hearing it made me nauseous. Someone naming himself as my grandfather Sohei Sonosaki superiors confessed that those canned goods have been human flesh. Hinamizawa, a village in which demons live and ate humans. They were just about to wipe away that cursed stigma. The light they had finally started to see in their peaceful lives grew hazy and disappeared. The shocking truth, oh my god, I can't even read today, as revealed by his former superior, the stolen provision from the old Japanese army had been a huge cornerstone for Hinamizawa's revival. It had been canned human flesh. Were there cans like that? Wasn't Sohei just the manager of the food food warehouses, the superior revealed that Sohei Sansaki did not have the job managing. In reality, Sohei's job during the war had been to exterminate pestilent mice and to transport the corpses, those with infectious disease. It had been an unfair treatment, and all because of the lowliness of his origins. As a result, though, he had returned safely without having been sent to the front lines or being detained. Perhaps that was the only fortunate thing that happened to him. Finally, Sohei enlisted as an assistant at the military medical institution. There, however, he found something even worse than the low score and depressing customs of Onigaifuchi village in the research they were carrying out. Could that have been, well, you know, the bacterial corpse in the old Japanese army, or bacteriological group corpse in the old Japanese army, or whatever? Keiji-kun, you've heard of that? What could it be? I was pretty sure it was Unit 713. I'll be right back real quick. I gotta get a quick drink. And I'm back. It was a nightmare that devoted itself into researching terrifying bacteriological weapons to break the deadlock into the war. They used many incidents. Oh my god. They used many innocent people as fodder for horrible human experiments. They methodically observed how many days a new strain would take to kill the victim. How many days would it be when injected? How many days would it be when swallowed? They dissected many people to find that out. Sometimes they wouldn't bother waiting until they were dead and dissected them while they were still alive. Jeez. They would strap them into centric... Can't even read that. Centrifuges? Yeah. While still alive, and crush them into decompression chambers while still alive. When a live human decompresses, all the holes in their body gets pushed outwards, and their intestines get pushed out of their... like a snake winding out of it. I have a feeling I saw something like that in a documentary one time. That makes me sick, and they still hate Hinamizawa, huh? You said it. Mion agreed with me, giving a faint, sad smile. It wasn't much in the way of communication, but for some reason I was happy to have it right now. The unit Sohei did way kinder research than that. They were researching concrete methods for reducing the difficulty of delivering food on the battlefield. The military's design at the war completely fell apart, and a chronic food shortage broke out all over the battlefront. The food shortage led to malnutrition. As their natural resistance lowered, soldiers fell to one disease after another. Spirit and morale lowered as well. They wouldn't be able to maintain their forces at this rate. Apparently that's where the research started. At first it was to find methods of delivering food to the battlefields. It was very broad and included things from violent methods like stealing it from citizens to survival methods like how to cook unfamiliar insects and plant life. As if they were working out the details, they kept straying off the course out of control until they finally knocked down a door called Taboo. I am so sorry about that. Like, that one part just sounds like you could barely hear anything. Anyway, what do you think the easiest source of protein on the battlefield is? Rena and I knew the answer without being told, so we didn't answer. That's right. They were researching ways to handle humans as food. Fighting onward sometimes to the flesh of enemies and sometimes that of allies became the ultimate service to pay to their country. They were definitely serious about this doctrine. It really is a riot. My grandfather was despised as someone who ate human flesh, and yet they had gone above and beyond that. Apparently he always thought about it, too. Even if he was a vulgar man-eating demon, there were far more ugly demons than he, so no matter how much he was scorned, he didn't put up with it. At last, they had a handful of test prototypes. When the soldiers learned it was human flesh, however, the scientists couldn't make anyone eat it. So it was apparently sent to the front lines. The cans were labeled meat substitutes, and so they couldn't accidentally eat themselves, they stamped the bottoms with a circle. The starved soldiers on the front lines apparently loved all the prototypes they were sent, among them who cooked it in soy sauce like it was sukiyaki, loved it the most. Come on, Michan, stop! Let me see if it's the music stopped a bit. Getting sick to the stomach. Rena was really pale-faced, and she looked like she was having difficulty continuing to sit on her knees. Mion looked like she had more to say, but she sighed lightly and stopped there. Then those canned goods your grandpa brought back. I don't know if it's true. Sohei denied it was human flesh up until the day he died. However, those who begrudged Hinamizawa's sudden revival called him a savage for making a fortune from selling human flesh, and the villagers began to be scorned again. They returned to the time where children would be jeered at and have rocks thrown at them. The stifling silence came back. What a seriously hopeless and sad story it was. They discriminated, were discriminated against, discriminated, and were discriminated against. Why must they attach worth and rank to it? Why can't they live without looking down on people? Why can't everyone just enjoy life together? I didn't know. My grandmother, the family head, once told the children of the village this. If they throw a stone at one of you, then two of you must throw the stones back. Children asked her, what if they threw stones at two of us? Of course, the answer was simple. If they throw stones at two of you, throw them back with four. If they chase 8 of you with sticks, drive them off with 16. If they slander 30 of you, yell back with 60. Finally, the children asked, what if we were attacked by 1,000 people? Even that answer was simple. If 1,000 people attack you, then everyone in Hinamizawa will stand up against them. It was a manifesto to spur people into action. My grandmother rose up not only as the leader of the Sonosaki house, but as the mother of Hinamizawa. It was halfway through 1955. It was a time when riots over a treaty with the US were rampant, a time of battle and action. The people of Hinamizawa joined together and fought. Treating unfair discrimination won against a crime against them all. It didn't matter whether one was an adult or a child or an adult. Oh my god. Sorry, there's that part in the music just sounds like those loud noises you hear in those YouTube videos. Case in point, those bass boosted dab music videos. If they heard that a child had been told off, then everyone would crowd the house of the perpetrator, acting as a whole. If they heard an adult had been treated unfairly, men and women, young and old, would all band together and stand up against it. If you meddle with people from Hinamizawa, you would be in trouble. Anyone else concur to that? They probably figured that if they could make others think that they'd win. Kei-chan, do you remember how many people came to help you, got involved with those delinquents in town? I recall how much of an impression it had left on me, that the people of Hinamizawa boldly came to my rescue, yet the people of Okinomiya averted their eyes so they wouldn't get involved. My grandmother fought, and my parents carried on the fight. At last, peace returned to Hinamizawa. Of course, that peace had been placed on a razor's edge. When you consider the 100 years of history, the tranquility can only be called a chance interval, standing on uneven scales. Why? Did I really have an option on such a long and difficult history when I haven't moved here more than a year ago? Yet I said it anyway. Why can't everyone just live in peace? What happened to the old stories of Oyashiro-sama that I heard from Takano-san? Man and demon joined hands and lived together in harmony. Didn't Oyashiro-sama remain in this world to watch over that? It's a fairy tale. I mean, that even if those people, the demons, were real, the Oyashiro-sama, who meditated between them wasn't. That? Why Oyashiro-sama's curse happened? I think this must be the cue, or... A cool gust of wind blows out from outside, fluttering Mion's beautifully clear hair. Mion kept her refreshing smile without answering, and didn't even change her expression, but even that became a silent answer. So that Hinamizawa village might be once more like Onigai-Fuchi village, so that we may be a sacred existence worthy of worship. That was just the earnest wish of our ancestor in Onigai-Fuchi. And the missions of those who inherited the demon in the Sonosaki main family, those who inherit the demon. For generations, the Sonosaki family has had a custom including the character for demon in leaders' names. If you write out my name on your hand, it should appear plain as day. I traced out the word Mion on the palm of my hand. Oh, she's right. The character for demon is in there. Not only in my name either. Demon is engraved on my body as well. When she said that, she quietly rose and began to lay her hand on her clothing. It's okay, Mi-chan. You don't need to show us, okay? Thank you. With just that exchange, I guess what she meant, most likely, somewhere on her body, there was a permanent seal, such as the tattoo or marking that proved that she inherited the demon. Mion didn't step back down. She smoothly opened the paper door onto the porch. A refreshing breeze began to cleanse the damp air filling the room. Mion quietly gazed out the wide yard for quite a while. On her shoulders was something I could never imagine the normal Mion carrying. It was heavy, truly heavy. History of Hinamizawa, no, of Onigai-Fuchi, weighing down of them. What kind of words could I possibly say to a Mion like that? Rena wasn't saying anything to her either. Only the voices of the cicada drowned the silence. At last, after a long period of nothing, Mion murmured. The real incidents happening over the past 5 years, I was directly related to some of them and indirectly to others. Some were not the Sonosaki family, but were rather to the others, the Kimiyoshi family and Furude family. I think I was the center of them all. She said it without turning around, her back to us. At some point, her tone of voice had gone back to the Mion we knew. I have faith in what I've done and don't feel any guilt. If I did, perhaps it would be that I have to leave the stage before the heir is decided. If I am caught and tried in a court of law, I suppose that's how it works nowadays. Being able to retire with Hinamizawa, the most people, it's been 100 years, could be the happiest thing that's ever happened to the Sonosaki leaders of past generation. Mion leaned the shoulder against the paper door, then slid it down and flopped on the ground. It was an act of resignation that, just seeing it, made me hurt inside. The numerous terrible crimes Mion had a part of began to fade in my mind. Hey, Mion, I don't care what happens after this. Can't you just try to struggle as much as you can, just try to run away? As soon as I began to think that way, Rena's ringing voice followed the room. But Rika-chan and Satoko-chan, you killed them, didn't you, Mi-chan? Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O! The sharp point of her words stabbed into my chest despite not being directed at me. I'm not saying that it's okay if you killed other people. Regardless, Mi-chan, you killed Rika-chan and Satoko-chan. Rena's words were more biting than any I had ever heard. Even now that we all knew the heavy history pressing down on Mion's shoulder, she had criticized her for killing our friends. Just as I bear the duty of the Sonosaki family, Rika-chan bore the duty of the Furude family. Oh, hopefully they're not pumped with fan service, though. That duty was to protect the ritual storehouse. My chest tightened. I learned around. Yeah, usually Shion's the one with the hair down, and Mion's the one with the ponytail. That Rika-chan had said something about it. The bars on the storehouse were too heavy for her. I wanted to change them for a simpler locking key. The priest before her had complained about it being heavy. Very aware of how hard it was for Rika-chan. I will make sure to guard it, so I want to replace the lock with something lighter. I relied on that behalf of the Sonosaki leader. Ever since the string of freak death incidents, there's for insolent towards people, towards Oyashiro-sama, so you shouldn't replace the lock with a simpler one. That said, the leader of the Kimiyoshi, old man Kimiyoshi, if it's that difficult to you, Rika-chan, I think it's okay to replace the lock, he said. The very fact that it was locked with a key was an indication of it being somewhere you mustn't enter. There's nobody bad enough to break through it go inside, he said. Even if it were a lot like its leaders, I couldn't find it in old man Kimiyoshi. They owed him so much. In the end, we decided to change the lock on the storehouse and switch it to a really cheap and light padlock. Old man, is it really alright? Nana said that if possible, the lock the same. It'll be alright. You're quite a worry, or if something happens, this old man will take care of all the responsibility. Do you promise? You mean that you will take responsibility as the leader of the Kimiyoshi family, right? You should be well aware of how sacred things that really are. It's okay. There aren't many bad cats in Hinamizawa who would open the lock and break in. Meow meow. Oh. Sobs escaped from my mouth. Something hot and wet dripped down in spades. Fell onto the tatami mat. I already heard of the thieves entering into the ritual storehouse during the Watanagashi. There were 4 of them. We decided to act within the day. At the same time, we needed to demand that the ones who allowed the thieves to break in, Rika-chan of the Furude family and Kimiyoshi, take responsibility. My tears dripped and dropped. Until now, I had decided it was Mion's fault. Yeah, that she killed Rika-chan and the others. That was wrong. The one who killed them wasn't me. It was me! I might as well kill them! I've killed them. Keiji-kun! I had a chance to stop this tragedy from happening, and yet, I didn't. Cheap curiosity got the better of me. And I didn't. If at the time I'd have stopped us from sneaking into the storehouse, Rika-chan and the others wouldn't have had to die. If I had, then there would be nothing would have happened. We would be spending our days having lots of fun like we always did. I was an idiot. If by shedding tears, I could take it all back. Then I would have filled up the room with it. However, such a meager act wouldn't be enough to redeem myself for a crime I've committed. Kei-chan, you're not at fault. Mion gently began speaking, as if kind of reason. As the leader of the Sonosaki family, I need to act. But given the history of the Sonosaki family, thinking about it now, it's no big deal. Maybe I should have saved my friends, even if it meant casting all that aside. I yielded to it, and that's why I killed those. I'm Mio. Oh my god. I'm Mion Sonosaki, and nobody else killed me. I had hundreds of chances to stop it, but I didn't stop. I gave in to an easy role that was handed to me. Abandoned all thought of fighting with me. So this is my crime. I killed them. Mion Sonosaki, with these hands, killed them. Nothing whatsoever changed. Nothing. Her masochistic laughter was sad, especially because Mion boasted in club that she would turn the tables on whatever predicament presented themselves. It was so painful. Still, Mi-chan, save one person of your own volition, eh? As I looked at her, surprised, Rena stuck her finger right at my forehead. You left Keiji-kun alive. As strong as you are, Mi-chan, it would have been no trouble to you, but you didn't kill him. That's right, Mion was so cunning that nobody could stand up to her, even in our club. If she seriously tried to kill me, I would have been dealt with on the very first night. So many people have been sacrificed, but I was always left out in the cold. When did I first realize it? Even though people were disappearing one after the other, for some reason I had this vague belief that I would be left alive. Why didn't I kill him? As a demon, I can't even begin to guess. Maybe Mion had some reason she didn't want to kill you. What is that supposed to mean? Shh. Mion put a finger to her lips to say that Rin didn't need to talk. Is Oishi waiting outside? Yes. Any way out? No. They said they have the place surrounded. It seemed they had called a lot of cars over the radio. I think they have your entire property surrounded. Mion fell silent. Rena's merciless words felt cruel. But they weren't meant to be. Maybe they were trying to lessen her good friend's pain. If only by a little, maybe they were considerate, like she was trying to help. Please, turn yourself in. Mion didn't open her mouth, but she smiled, just a little. We'll go with you. We'll never leave a friend by herself. Crying children and Rena are the only things I can't beat. She rolls, scratching her head. But her face had returned entirely to that of the usual Mion. I'm well aware of how serious my own crimes are. Even if they accept me turning myself in, I'll probably never be able to come back here. I couldn't say anything. The number of deaths Mion was involved in was just too large. So much that they may be recommending that she turned herself in was in a way extremely cruel. But I'd like you to hear one last selfish request. What is it? 30 minutes is fine. Just let me have some time alone with Kei-chan. Huh? Oh no, here it comes. My name suddenly came up, and it looked like I was the only one surprised about that. Keiji-kun, is that okay with you? If you don't want to, then I won't make you. You're right. It's okay if you don't want to. After all, I'm a demon, and Kei-chan is a bona fide human who moved here from somewhere else. For us to be compatible, as long as Oyashiro-sama doesn't exist to meditate, simply is impossible. There was no reason for me to hesitate. Mion had been engulfed by heavy unopposable tradition. Right now, the duty of handling this had fallen to me and me alone. In fact, with me cornered, it would have been okay for her to blame me. However, Mion didn't say one word of blame. Far from it, I was guilty of the same crime. And she let me go. Amidst the fate of she could not oppose, she saved me alone. I didn't know whether I should be thankful for that. Thinking about it now, I didn't know how much easier it would be if I were to be granted the same punishment as Rika-chan and the others. The only thing I knew for sure was that I had an equal duty to bear the sins that Mion shouldered. So when it came to Mion's last request, there was no reason for me to hesitate. Sure, it's fine. Thank you. I'd like to thank you too, Keiji-kun. Rena stood up. Looked like she would keep her promise with Mion and leave. It's fine, Rena. You can wait right here. I just want to go around the yard with Kei-chan. If you're bored, you can go to my room. You can read any manga you like. And if there's any volumes you like, might as well take them. I don't want to. Mi-chan's book belonged to Mi-chan. Rena couldn't bring them back home with so freely. Such a good kid, only at times like this. Mion took Rena's head and rubbed it violently like it always did. Okay, let's go, Kei-chan. I began to walk after Mion, who headed for the hallway, and Rena silently stopped me. Take care, Mi-chan. Yeah. And won't ever be able to come back. I didn't know much about laws, but with many deaths as he'd been involved in, the chances of her escaping a heavy punishment seems non-existent. Look out so you don't make her lose her temper, okay? Mion might not surrender herself to justice, so I might have put an end to it myself. Rena had already thought that far ahead. Right, I won't let that happen. Rena rubbed her tears that had fallen without me noticing them. Okay, then go after her. I nodded and followed Mion, who had disappeared out of the front door. I could clearly hear Rena sobbing from the other side of the paper. Why was Mi-chan made a successor to demons? It just happened that way. But it was so awful. Something hot burned down my cheek. They were my tears. I fiercely wiped them away. It was the last of my time I could offer to Mion, so I absolutely didn't want her to see my tears during it. Mion was already waiting outside the front door. Oh god. Why didn't 7 expansion check the audio levels of that? Anyway, I put on my shoes and tapped my toes against the floor a few times, then left. Mion timidly came over. Why are you all red at a time like this? Can I hold your arm? Such a modest request. Basically that, Maroon. I don't mind. With my permission, face lit up with glee like a child being given a toy and took up my arms. You get kind of nervous with your mind, thinking, for example, that I'd suddenly put you in a world-class joint lock or anything. You two say the same things. I don't think that at all. Back when nothing had gone wrong yet. During those nostalgic days of the bustling commotion at Angel Mort, I counted back and was amazed. It had only been 1 week ago. I had been arm in arm with Shion then too. Linking arms with Mion like this really reminded me that they were twins. How much strength they put into it, the sensation of their arms, their warmth, and the blood flowing. I could feel that their living sensation were all exactly the same. I think Shion liked you, Kei-chan. I see. If this were regular conversation, I might have jumped back red in the face. Right now, no matter what I heard, my mind remained at peace. Mion and Shion, you got along well, didn't you? Well, I wonder, Kei-chan, do you think your right hand and left hand would get along? Huh? My right hand and left hand. I don't think I could describe them about getting along or not. That's how our relationship is. Can't measure it by the scale of how well we get along. It didn't sound like it meant they got along really well. For example, one of your hands is dominant, so there will always be a better hand. If only you got one of them in it, you would put it on your dominant hand without thinking, right? I think it was like that for us. That doesn't mean, though, anyone would be okay with losing their left hand. It's kind of unexplainable relationship. I think that maybe you live too close together and just stop being able to see it, but I think that means you get along really well. I'm an only child, so the day before the festival, I was really jealous of when you and Shion were messing around with each other. I think you're jealous of something that doesn't exist. Yes, we twins used to have a lot of fun playing tricks on people, but now that we have such a distinctly different personalities, it just gets in the way. Were they curse or were they self-conscious? Their relationship was hard to understand for an outsider. Maybe that wasn't an issue someone like me should intrude on. Just staying silent, nodding gently was the best way to advance the conversation. Mion passed through the wide yard and invited me into the big desolate forest we had seen on the way in. Such a big forest was part of their property, so I couldn't help but feel small. It's huge. You must have a great time playing it as kids, huh? You don't seem to be silently reminiscing. I didn't look into her mind, but she was probably thinking back to those fun days when they played as sisters without any antagonism. Every time the wind blew, it caressed the treetops and the leaves, making a swishing, murmury sound. Mion remained silent for a long time. Thinking back on her younger sister, to whom had gotten rid of her with her own hands, there was no need for me to get a word in. Just walking like this, arm in arm, was enough. Mion suddenly stopped and turned. Shion is still alive. Really? Mion took a hard look into my eyes and then nodded quietly. Yeah, I'd been thinking to give her the most horrible death of all, so I had her locked up. I never did think of a good way to do it, though. Mion sounded as though she hated Shion, but deep down, didn't completely detest her. So I took my other hand and rustled Mion's hair with it. Mion didn't only save me, she saved Shion too. Mion may become a demon and led many of the people to their deaths. She fought against it and was able to save 2 people. As I petted Mion, she narrowed her eyes in an entranced smile, untangled her arm from mine. Then Mion quietly said, "Come with me. I want you to see all of my sins. Although, Kei-chan, it might be the worst thing you've ever seen." I could sense it. There I would probably find all the sacrifices up until now. Looking at them would mean accepting Rika-chan and Satoko's death, as well as accepting that my best friend had done it. It's already happened and it's in the past. You can choose not to look, Kei-chan. If you don't want to, then wait here. I would personally end everything. I was taken back by how anonymous... Oh my god! Ominous that sounded. I remembered what Rena had told me. Mio might not surrender herself to justice, but instead choose to put an end to things herself. I couldn't leave her on her own. Besides, I agreed to her last request, didn't I? Even if it was hard for me to accept, I'll still do it. Even if I avoided looking, it was something that already happened. It doesn't matter what I see. Yes? Mion Sonosaki is the best friend I could ever have. That won't change, it never will. Treetops softly swayed in the wind. You and Rena both. Why do you only get really cool at times like this? Normally I'd say something rude back at her, evading the question, but today I didn't. I just answered with a smile. At last, Mion started walking into the thick forest into the deepest part. After following a thin path that looked like an animal trail for a while, finally came across a steep incline with a tunnel that reminded me of a coal mine or bomb shelter. We were surrounded by shallow hills. It had been created in a spot not visible from the outside. There were many silhouettes of crows in the trees here and there. The abnormal odor I'd been smelling for a while was doubtless escaping from inside this place. If you want to turn back, now's your chance. I don't know what kind of person Mion Sonosaki, but if you go inside, that Mion Sonosaki will probably... He won't change. I'll say it as many times as I need to. Mion Sonosaki is the best friend I could ever have. I clenched up my fist. Inside there was probably a sight beyond anything I could imagine. If I let my guard down, I might end up vomiting. Even so, I'll endure it. I'll overcome this pain and this suffering. It will never change. That Mion is my greatest friend. I am nothing more than a demon. So I don't understand human feelings anymore. I could have a feeling, though, that I know why Mion fell in love with you. Don't say it like it's not related to you. You're Mion. You're not a demon. You're a human with human blood, and you're my friend. Mion made a gesture like she was wiping tears from her eyes, then placed a hand onto the big door of the tunnel and... The lock on it was dauntingly strong looking. It seemed to demand the appropriate resolution from whoever will enter. It's like the ritual storehouse. Double doors open, a stifling rotten air and a bunch of winged insects came rushing out. Remember accidentally killing a hermit crab a long time ago by leaving it stink out of the porch, and how intense the odor it left was. It felt like the smell of a corpse, and that's certainly what it smelled like. Inside was pitch black, but Mion flicked the switch that turned on the light bulb, illuminating the interior. The path turned into a series of intricate wooden tunnels. Past spaces that looked like they were for storage. We passed places that looked like someone had lived here. All this indicated that it had been used as a bomb shelter and stockpiled during the war. It didn't give an impression of a dugout bomb shelter that had been left there, though there was a sense of dignity, as though there was a this were a second Sonosaki house constructed underground. Despite being in pitch darkness, below the ground, the voices of cicadas were entering through the air hole somewhere, giving it a very mysterious feel. Oh, here we go. You saw that what was in the ritual storehouse, right? The piles of torture instruments? All of them were created to uphold the strict religious laws of Onigafuchi village. They were tools used as to kill those who broke the laws in terrible ways as a warning to others. That was a long time ago. Watanagashi, originally a ritual meant as a deterrent, was once overseen by the three families, but thanks to Kimiyoshi and Furude families going into decline, and the way the times changed, actually carrying it out became difficult. I can imagine why. You'd never think people could be okay with drowning people in a swamp and killing them in modern Japan. That's why the Sonosaki family built this, a secret place so that we could continue to conduct the rite of Watanagashi even in modern times. Mion opened a large, strikingly different door, and inside, none other than a modern storehouse for ritual implement. There's quite a few, isn't there? Some of them were actually brought here from the original storehouse. All the things there have been rusty and covered in dust, so they didn't seem that real. Things here were different. All of them, every one of them had been well maintained and kept in a state that they could be used right away. Blades gleamed and spikes were sharpened. Also, perhaps as a precaution for the splatter of blood, the walls and ceilings were covered in a kind of tiling you would see in bathrooms, and there was even a drain of mist and a slight slope in the door. There was also a coiled rubber hose along the wall attached to a faucet, perhaps for cleaning up the splattered blood. According to something a leader from a long time ago wrote, blood splatter had impact. Despite the fact that it doesn't tax the sacrifice, Watanagashi meant as a deterrent after all. My ancestors thought all kinds of different things to show off. As she said that, Mion pointed deeper into the torture room, a spot veiled in darkness. There was surprisingly a room filled with tatami mats and in corner a pile of cushions. There were seats for the audience. The Watanagashi was meant as a deterrent after all. It wouldn't make sense if there were no guest. I couldn't speak, and I couldn't think of anything to say anyway. Except that if Mion was revealing all this to me made her heart feel any lighter, I was prepared to listen as long as I needed to. Right here is where I killed everyone. There were no spectators to watch me, but I did Watanagashi very well. But perhaps there was one spectator, huh? A spectator? Me? The demon was watching the entire time Mion held the Watanagashi ceremony. Mion cackled in self-deprecation. It was a nice sounding laugh. Back there is the prison. Is Shion there? She nodded lightly. Mion's Watanagashi had ended today. I need to tell that Shion-da was safe without a moment's delay. After all, she was trembling in fear at this very moment, worrying about when she would be killed. The ostentatious door at the other side opened, revealing what must have been an incredibly expansive space based on an echo it made. Mion groped around in the darkness, and a handful of naked light bulbs came on here and there. As my eyes adjusted, more of the great cave showed itself in a faint light. The walls were bare rock surface. It felt so savage that bomb shelter was the most apt term for it. There were small barred rooms built here, and there, like holes made by an insect, making their ways through a giant piece of fruit. It was immediately clear that one was a prison. Where is everyone? Rika-chan and Satoko? Their corpses? I grimaced at her having said so outright. Yeah, that's right. The poor things being left in the dark like this. I didn't want them to get infested with bugs, so I threw them down the well. I'm sorry. So I can't even see their faces in death. Once again, my feelings of regret, having confessed everything to Rika-chan, came surging forth. If I hadn't attached the word sorry to the end, if Mion hadn't attached the word sorry to the end of what she said, I might have punched her. Calm down, Keiji Maibara. You said it yourself. No matter what happened, Shion Sonosaki is your greatest friend. Yeah, my greatest friend. I needed to hear myself say it out loud. Then came a clattering bars in one of the cells deeper in. When I noticed it, I looked up as well. Shion? That Shion? Kei-chan? Is that you, Kei-chan? I ran over to the cell. White hands were peeking out through the gaps in the bars. It was really her. Are you alright, Shion? Are you hurt? No! Shion's face twisted out of shape as she screamed. It was because Mion had appeared right behind me. Of course. Shion didn't know that everything was over yet. Calm down, Shion. Everything is already over. Everything. Oh, wait, wrong character. Calm down, Shion. Everything is already over. Everything. I spoke in as calm a voice as I could. Managed to try and soothe the agitated Shion. However, it didn't seem like it was getting through her screams. Shion, how have you been? No more, please, no more. I don't want to see anyone else die. You hate me, then just kill me already. I'm the one you hate, right? Kill me right now. Sis! Calm down, Shion. It's all over now. It's going to be alright. So calm down. Shion, who was screaming and rattling the iron bars back and forth, was truly in a frantic state. I gave a slight shrug of resignation, giving way to Mion. Realized that if Mion was the one who locked her in here, if Mion was the one who scared Shion this much, then Mion was also the only one who could put an end to this. Mion spoke from over my shoulder, quietly. Relax. I won't kill you. No, I won't kill you yet. She bursted out into a bizarre laugh, as if trying to make Shion's madness even worse. Shion broke out into a fierce shiver, brought on by that laugh, and rattled the iron bars as she wailed. Please stop! Don't kill me! Don't kill Kei-chan! Kei-chan has nothing to do with this, does he? If you're going to kill someone, then kill me right now! I don't want anyone else to die! If you want to die that badly, then after this I've killed this man, I'll take my time making mincemeat out of you. In accordance with the ancient rites, I'll do it slowly, starting with your extremities. I'll shave you down and mince you. I had that mincing machine specifically set up for you after all. Or would it be funnier if I were to mince up Kei-chan in front of you? Hey, quit it already! What do you have to gain by scaring her at this point? No, Kei-chan, run away! I try to rebuke Mion for flinging terrible words at her this late in the game, but when I turned around... Oh dear, here it comes. Oh no! I already know what's going down now. Oh, I must have some really good memories to remember stuff like this 10 years back. Actually, 11 years by now. Mion's mouth, so much that it was hard to believe, had a twisted into shape thinner than a crescent moon. It was a smile. I could sense it like a jolt of electricity. The person here wasn't my best friend Mion. It wasn't the Mion Sonosaki, who had just been tossed about by her heavy duty of succeeding the Sonosaki family either. Then, who was she? A BAM! I saw sparks flying before my eyes, like what happened when you get hit in the back of the head. Strength of my body drained instantly, and my head suddenly became heavy. My knees buckled under temptation and hit the floor, and my whole body abruptly collapsed. My face could have hit the floor, but it was uncomfortable, as if I had fallen down onto the downfilled futon. My consciousness reeled, then receded. It was the kind of sensation like if you took a nap in the car, but you were half awake and could listen to your parents talking as if they were far away. No, you wouldn't be listening, like, you would only be hearing it. It was happening so far away that the conversation was completely unrelated to you, so you would have no interest in it. So whether Shion was yelling in my ears or Mion was in vulgar hysterics, I didn't think it annoying, nor did it interest me. Now then, I wonder how I should go about preparing you. Oh yes, what do you think about nails? I tend on two little brats, but their hands were too small for the restraining tables. Nice to know, Maroon. Let's do that. Mion held me up from behind and dragged me across the floor. The soles of my feet scraped on it, and one of my shoes fell off. No! Please stop, sis! Please stop! Shion's emotion exploded outward, and she burst into bitter weeping. As if her crying welted Mion's interest, she flung me down and returned to a prison cell. You sure can cry with a cute voice, can't you? Your unnatural bravado was making my skin crawl, but this definitely suits you the best. Mion, my big sisters. Oh wait, Mion, my big sister, I beg you. I don't care how you choose to kill me, but please at least let Kei-chan go. I'm begging you. Shion has always acted as though she were a cut above her older sister. That Shion in such a miserable voice that I couldn't have imagined it during those peaceful times prostrated herself for her older sister she used to scoff at and pleaded forgiveness. Mion looked down with an expression of cool indifference, one that was plainly smiling with joy. You know, I wasn't planning on listening to your petty wishes.
The way you're crying, though, is just too funny. I think maybe I'll change my mind and listen to you. Since come to think of it, I never did anything big sister-like for you.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Alright then. Let's hear you apologize for everything. Then maybe it'll be all water under the bridge. And maybe, just maybe I'll let Kei-chan go.
Mion said she might let me go, but she never said anything about letting Shion go. You know, there's also a little tidbit I know, but I'm not going to spoil it until like Miyakashi or whatever it's called. Before long, Shion got a hand on her hands and knees behind the bars, and began to speak weak words of apology. They were too faint for me to hear, but their intentions got across. Despite having watched her with a magnificently jubilant expression, Mion kicked the bars and declared he was unsatisfied.
You think you can make up for years of grudges and hard feelings like that? That just will not do. I guess I'll make mincemeat out of you both.
No! Wait, sis! One more chance! Just one more chance! Mion stopped and waved her hand. Is anyone like Robbie and Odin have any thoughts about what's going on right now? Mion stopped and waved her hand again in resignation. Not because she had grown impatient, but only because she was talking delight in abusing Mion.
You can apologize to my satisfaction anyway. I'll teach you to make an apology that would get through to your older sister. I'm only going to tell you once, and even if you get the letter wrong, you're out. Got it?
Yes. Thank you, sis. Oh. Shion's miserable voice cried out, having become utterly hoarse. The sensation tearing through my chest returned a little at a time. I realized it was a feeling of anger bubbling up. Thanks. I was slowly regaining control of my body. However, I was only able to feel the skin and blood flowing at the moment. I couldn't voluntarily move my fingers.
Did you memorize it? Then let's hear you say it, sincerely and faithfully, from beginning to end, with all your heart. And do it properly. Then I'll only kill you.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Something was strange. Something had become strange at some point. Until a few moments ago, I was sure this hadn't been Mion, but at some point, she had become someone else. The Mion I knew well would never do something so nasty, like enjoy trampling all over someone's dignity like this.
Now, let's hear it. Your big sister is listening closely.
Shion Sonosaki is. When I ran over to Shion's cell earlier, had the real thing been swapped out with a fake right behind me? Oh, Keiji, don't hint at it. Anyway, this couldn't possibly be Mion. Dude, I'm cool. Don't hint it. Shion Sonosaki is a lowly, worthless sow not fit to even lick her big sister's Mion's fleet. Oh my god, how do I botch that one? And when I think of it, the countless times I've been rude to my big sister without knowing my place.
Yes, that's the spirit. I'll permit you to say a little more now, okay?
Blood circulated through my whole body. My numb senses were returning just a little more. While Shion is still holding Mion. No, that thing pretending to be Mion's attention. Hurry up! I reflect on how impertinent I've been. I swear loyalty to my big sister Mion and for the rest of my life. So, Ooh. Mion's burst of laughter echoed through the big cave, growing to a terrifying level. That was not the laugh of someone who was alive in this world. It was none other than the laugh of a demon from the bowels of the earth. She laughed from her stomach until she grew tired of it and stopped smiling suddenly as if snipping the wire.
Alright already. That was funny enough for me. Didn't think you'd throw away that much of your pride. Mm-hmm. That was plenty enjoyable.
Mion began to drag me again after I finally got the feeling in my body back and pulled me towards the torture chamber. Sis, only kill me, please, forgive him.
Don't worry, alright? I'll be sure to kill you real good after letting you get an earful of Kei-chan's scream, that is.
No! After dragging me to the torture chamber, she skillfully strapped me into a restraining table. Before I knew it, I was sprawled out and bound. She forced open my hands, from which I couldn't even make a satisfying fist, and tightly restrained each one of my fingers. She only fastened my hands, and my fingers were tightly light with hinges and locked them in place. Sis, don't kill him! Sis! The door to the big cave with the jails had been left open, so I could hear Shion's cries of mortification the entire time.
Can you hear it, Shion? I'm going to get started now. Please enjoy Kei-chan's young scream.
Give it a rest! Oh my god, dude, I can't. Oh no. Anything but a swear word. The feeling in my body returned, and the first action I took was to tell off that thing that looked like Mion.
Awake at last, are we? I lied before, you know, about having wanted to give Shion the most miserable death of all, but locking her up because I hadn't thought of a good way yet. That was a lie.
Mion brought over something like a toolbox. From it inside, she removed a large metal hammer. And next to that, she began to line up what looked like long, strangely shaped nails that also ends with have been turned into hooks like the kind you'd see on a harpoon.
I'll let her hear the screams of all those people that died because of her, and after they soaked into her very soul, I'll kill her. I've got a pretty good taste, huh?
Who are you?
I'm Batman.
Why can't I stop saying that?
Ha! Huh? I'm Mion. Aunt Mion Sonosaki. Has the fear driven you crazy?
No, you're not. There's no way you can be Mion Sonosaki. Mion snorted. Oh, when you imagine that DSP snort before Robbie starts rambling about him, and continue her preparation for the horrifying torture.
I see. Then I'm not Mion. Who am I?
A demon.
Huh?
You're not Mion. Mion was just here. Give her back.
Hey, Chan, is your brain really doing okay? You're not going crazy with fear.
Don't touch me! You demon! Give her back! Give Mion back! My best friend, give Mion back! Mion stood there for a few moments with her jaws hanging open, having not expected me to say that. I myself knew that I was about to go insane. I knew it was nonsense to demand Mion return when she was right in front of me. But this was a person in front of me. Couldn't have possibly been Mion. There's no way I could accept that. So this is what I thought. Mion really had been possessed by a demon and was controlling Mion as if it were a separate personality. Mion was just a victim being manipulated by it. The evil one was really this thing. It all had to be doing of this demon possessing her. When Mion heard that, she started to guffaw. I see. Laughing so hysterically that she started to cough and almost choke.
You really are a piece of work. You know that. In this very moment, Mion Sonosaki is trying to kill you, and you're trying to reject me? I never knew there was such a funny person in all the world.
If you want to laugh, do it all you want. No matter what you say though, I won't accept that you're Mion. Give her back. Away with you, demon!
Kei-chan, are you trying to kill me by drowning me in my own tears?
No matter what, I wouldn't lose to that laughter of hers. I shouted loudly. I shouted from the bottom of my heart so that the real Mion trapped inside the Mion I saw in front of me would be able to hear. Oh jeez, hopefully those weren't the same eyes from before. You can do it, Mion. Don't lose to this demon. You're strong. Show me how strong you are. The tears welled up, flooded down her face. Her hands were busy with the restraints, so she couldn't even wipe them down. She had let them flow. Please, Mion! Mion! Why did you lose to a demon like this? You're not that weak, are you? Don't lose! Fight! Fight! Mion, desperately enduring her laughter, pressed one of the long nails to the tip of her left pinky. In her left hand was a hammer. At her side were a dozen more nails. I could tell what she was about to do, though I wish I couldn't. Even so, I couldn't afford to be scared. That was why I shouted.
My sides hurt like they're about to split. Is that all?
I'm going to get started now. Be sure to give her some good screams. Oh,
I'm going to get started now. Be sure to give her some good screams. Not only am I torturing you, but I'm Kei-chan, but I'm torturing Shion as well.
Why? Why would you... Mion! Then I wept. Only sobs came out. They weren't an acceptance of the torture about to be performed, however. They were tears of regret that Mion had lost to that demon. Yet, a small change did occur in Mion in front of me. Her heightened excitement was draining little by little. By that time, I'd realized it. The one in front of me had returned to being Mion. Hey, Chan. This may not be something pleasant to take the grave with you. You really seem to want to know, though. I'll tell you one thing. I didn't know this was Mion, or just a display of momentary humanity the demon had recovered. A long time before the demon came to live inside me, it was gnawing at my heart, trying to spur me to violence, but I suppressed it with reason. That settled the demon down. I got to thinking it had gone away somewhere. As it turned out, I was wrong. It hadn't left me. It had just gone to sleep. Who here just actually like that voice transition? I noticed that there were tears forming in her eyes. The demon woke up again due to a certain small opportunity. What do you think that opportunity was? There was a sad yet reproachful light in Mion's eyes. Do you understand? I don't. I don't know what gave the demon the chance to beat Mion. You're the reason that everything got so messed up. Tears welling up in her eyes spilled downwards all of a sudden. At the time, if you had given me that doll you got without hesitating, maybe things wouldn't have gotten so twisted. All I got when we had our club meeting at the toy store that Sunday. You probably can't understand. I wouldn't expect you to. But you see, all sorts of things falling over like dominoes after that, and soon it was too much for me to control. It only makes sense that you wouldn't be aware of knocking over the first. It was so small, but you're the one who set it up. That can't me? If you hadn't made Mion cry, then I wouldn't have to wake up. Is that enough for you to die in peace? No mistake that I made on that day was what messed everything up. That can't be, can it? It only makes sense that you wouldn't be aware of it. Even so, Kei-chan, you are without doubt the cause. If you had nonchalantly given me that doll that day, then I don't think this would have happened. I wanted to say, like I just remembered something, so I recalled that day. You told me about that, and I thought that I had apologized. I didn't apologize to Mion, though. It had been Shion. In other words, oh God, I hadn't said a single word of apology to Mion. Today I came to this house saying that I had something to apologize for, but I never said a word of apology about this. Come to think of it, when I apologized for going to the ritual storehouse, Mion looked a little bit lonely. He was disappointed. Why didn't I just realize that until now? Rena told me at the time. Now she herself, no, the demon was telling me, it's the only way for a dense idiot like me to be cursed to die altogether. Could no longer hold back the hot tears from pouring out of me. Simply just cried and reflected indifferently on the taste of my tears, on the taste of regret. Can I start now then? Can I start now then? This method of torture is very simple. Let me do that again. Can I start now then? This method of torture is very simple. I'll nail one of these into the joint onto the end of your left pinky. Then I'll nail each one in order until I get to your thumb, and then I'll go back to your pinky and nail into the joint in the middle, and so on until I hammer your nails until I hammer 15 nails into your left hand. When that's over with, I'll do your right hand next. After that, if you're still conscious, I'll tell you. There are a lot of nerves bundled into your fingertips, so it hurts far more than you could imagine. Some people apparently pass out before you finish hammering 30 nails into your hand, so I'm just counting the amount of joints as well. There's 12 and 4, but technically there's 14 joints. Because there's no like middle joint for the thumb. So yeah, 14. Yeah, 28. Okay, Mion pressed the tip of a nail onto my left pinky finger. My wrists and arms and all joints on my fingers were strapped so tightly it hurt. Couldn't even twitch. I didn't hesitate at all.
I didn't hesitate at all when I was torturing the others. Why do I hesitate now?
If this will satisfy your demon, Mion, it would sate the demon, then do to me what you will.
Are you serious?
Compromise to how much I hurt Mion. This is nothing, right? Do as much as you want. In exchange, promise me 2 things. Mion was silent. She did, however, wait for me to speak. After you're satisfied with causing me pain, forgive Shion. She's been punished enough to make up for the crimes of sneaking into the storehouse, hasn't she? You, after all this, you can still worry about Shion more than yourself. The other thing is that when you've had your fill, you disappear. Give that body back to Mion. That's all. You know, are you not even considering possibly begging for your life or anything? Can I ask you to promise 3 things instead of 2? The third is to leave me alive. Said 2 things in the beginning, didn't you? So you can't have any more. That's a shame. In an abnormal situation, Mion and I laughed quietly together, as if sharing in a stupid joke. I probably won't keep these promises, understand? I'm a demon after all. I guess there's nothing I could do then. I recall tightening my hands into the fist when enduring the pain at the dentist's office. You know, I know that feeling exactly, Keiji. Right now, though, they were open all the way to my fingertips. I couldn't even grip them, so instead I tightened my toes. Okay. Do it. Do it. I mean, okay, do it. I've prepared myself already, so do it. Oh, I mean, so do it. You're waiting like this to hammer the nails, and it is scarier. It's going to diminish my readiness after all. Mion put down the hammer and gently stroked my cheek. Hey, Chan. Agreed to just the third thing. Okay? Huh? My third wish, to save me. She'll agree to it. Your first wish, to save Shion? That's long done for. The demon will kill her. It's already been decided, so I can't stop it. So give up on that. Her delicate fingers slid from my cheek, my chin. As for your second wish, to give this body back to Mion? That won't happen either. After today, Mion will never come back. From today on, even if my body is there, it will just be just a body, because he only took it over. Yeah. I don't know why I was saying do it in that way, like how Palpatine did in Revenge of the Sith. That isn't true. Mion is Mion. Don't say such sad things, like that she won't ever come back. Can you hear it? That sound? Mion gently closed her eyes and listened. I definitely hear it as well. It's a slam. Bam! It was a dull noise that repeated at fixed intervals. A low noise accompanied by vibrations. A lot of people... Here comes the the 5-0 or the police or the feds or whatever term imaginable for the police. A lot of people were ramming the iron doors to this underground ritual storehouse.
You're late. Serena probably called Oishi.
That spaced out girl being so
That spaced out girl being so quick thinking was one thing I didn't.
I'll agree with you there. Yun grinned like she had been outwitted, then took something out of like an electric laser out of her pocket. Okay, that's an obvious typo. I think that's a taser. Then she pressed the switch. Pale blue sparks flew out with a snapping noise.
You've probably never seen one before, right?
It's a real stun gun. It's illegal and its output has increased quite a bit. Was that what you hit me with before? That's a toy, not a toy children should be playing with, you know.
Cuckoo. You're right.
She seemed to want to use the stun gun at me. Unable to move, I felt the cool lump of the metal to my neck. Slam! I hear an uproar, as though they'd broken down the first large door. The halls were a bit complex, but aside from the door to this very torture chamber, there was nothing in their way.
I won't kill you, but I would have you to go to sleep a bit, Kei-chan. Oishi will be here soon. This would only hurt a bit.
Feeling the same shock as before, gritting my teeth wasn't going to help much, but I clenched them tightly anyway. However, just as she did when she was about to hammer the nails, she hesitated a little. I cracked open my tightly closed eyelids.
I'm sorry. Scrixing.
I made a promise before coming in here. Whatever happens, the meal inside my heart won't change.
Forget about that. If you ever see me after today, don't come near me. And then be the demon that inherited my corpse.
What are you talking about? Just as I try to say, a much stronger light than before shine, and like a television being switched off, my consciousness went black. Now that's quite the boom. I can't read all of this, so for people on YouTube and on Twitch, no, actually just YouTube. Yeah, so people on YouTube, you're gonna have to pause this for a good bit. So enjoy the music. Oh, it looks like Shion's scream was enough to hear the police. Well, yeah, Captain Obvious. Just so you guys know, I don't think it's not over yet, because there's some extra stuff as well that I remember from the anime and manga. Oh, good. The last picture in the manga was absolutely. Even that thumbnail of Joseph Joestar saying nice is even making me. Alright. Oh. Right. Only a few days passed since that time. After that, I was rescued by Oishi-san and his subordinates whom Rena called in. Aside from my entirely blank state of mind, I had no external injuries. The most I had was a small burn mark from which the stun gun hit me. So while I was having a checkup in the hospital, Oishi-san asked me all sorts of things. I don't really remember what he asked or how I answered him. What I heard, surprisingly, Mion had been captured. There was apparently a great many hallways and smaller rooms extending out from the depths of the prison. It would only be strange if she had fled to one of those and hidden herself. The unfortunate aspect amidst all the fortune was that Shion had been safely secured by the police. Like I said, I already know that. When I last saw Mion, she seemed like she was going to take me with her and then kill me. And she probably didn't have enough time to. Oishi-san came running and faster than predicted. Only really fortunate thing to have happened. Of course, the rescued Shion, despite having no external wounds, now has a big deep wound inside of her heart. Severe state of confusion when they rescued her. Apparently she was bit the police trying to resist. Then pay with your blood. What he heard was only she was seeing Mion and everyone she saw hated not only the hospital but even her home. Had shut herself up somewhere in Shishibone, hiding her location, additionally in fear that Mion would come for her, moving place to place every day, and even her parents weren't sure where she actually was. Wherever she was living, even now, Shion was spending her days in the fear of Mion's shadow. Police were investigating the Sonosaki underground storehouse at this moment. They couldn't find any remains of other sacrifices. Hadn't Mion thrown the corpses into a well? I had the feeling that I said that to him. That meant a hidden tunnel, vertical like a well, somewhere in those underground passages. Secret underground without any maps or architectural drawings. But swallowed up like the remains of Rika-chan, Satoko, and everyone else, still unwilling to speak the truth. Was brought back to that basement again too for the on-the-site inspection or something. I didn't remember being of any help. I never wanted to go back there again. For days afterwards, the Sonosaki living in Okinomiya, in other words, Mion and Shion's parents, the big name Yakuza, would have come to our house to apologize, bringing in many of their followers. However much my parents refused it, they piled up hundreds of yen bills, calling consolation money every day. The amount of money grew each day, and after it passed 2 million yen, they were given an envelope containing a letter. Don't know what written in the letter. My parents talked about it by themselves for nights. Decided to move away. I see. You're moving, huh? When? At the end of the next month. I won't even have been in Hinamizawa for half a year. Be lonely. The only one left. Oh, poor Rena. Rena smiled sadly. If I just said yeah, I thought it would make her even more lonely, so I changed the subject. Something to think about. I broached it. Mion hadn't actually fled, but had been demoned away in the truest sense of the term. Where she went after she disappeared, that we didn't know. what was there where she had been disappeared to. I hope there was a hobby shop dealing in imports, the kind Mion liked. In that place, definitely be free from the burdensome fetters of her family, if not as Mion Sonosaki, but just Mion and enjoy herself. Maybe she already met up with Satoko and Rika. They must have also been waiting for the day Rena and I would join them, spending all their time doing club activities, as lively as they always were. When I told Rena, she smiled and nodded to me. The incidents the Sonosaki family had been trying so hard to hide too were exposed to the magazines from this single tiny scene. Serial incidents of recent years were all pulled up like a long vine in the ground one by one. For many days, news of it was brought up on talk and variety shows. Shows were comedic and silly, never once tried to touch upon the grim, heavy history that Mion had been bearing. It made me mad to see them bringing this stuff up in jest. There was nothing I could do about it now. How big an impression would these short few weeks I spent in Hinamizawa have in my life? During these few weeks, I met my best friends and had the best experience in my life. I would probably never forget it as long as I had lived, as those distorted images of Mion that the media created, after the masses got tired of her treating like a plaything, they would ball her up, throw her in the trash, and then she would fade from their memories. Sounds like every US media in a nutshell. As somebody as one of the few people who knew the real Mion, I must always make sure I remember her. Beyond any doubt, that will surely become my offering. The sky reached so far up and towering Columbia? I don't know, clouds floated through it. The real summer was just before our eyes. Even now, whenever 10 p.m. came around, I would expect a call from Shion, or Mion rather. Now that everything was over, of course, she would never call me. Precisely because she wouldn't call me, that I was scared of who would call me this time. Plus, Mion hadn't been caught. I couldn't say for sure that everything was completely over. On the other side, that fear, though, were my prayers that Mion was safe. When I thought like that, I was able to sleep even with such terrifying thoughts. The lights were off. For her attacking when the lights are off was something that scared me. However, the feeling changed to regret within 2 days. The moonlight filtering through the gap in the curtains shone onto the desk and illuminated a doll. That's right, the doll. I should have given to Mion that day. Said it was an import from England or something and was all the rage, didn't she? From what Mion said, the most popular among them were the ones wearing the fluffy dress. After being released from the incident, the first place I went to was that toy store. Everything was apparently sold out besides things from the store on the storefront display. I refused once they said they wouldn't sell the display products, but when they realized that I was a survivor from that incident, they immediately consented. Of course, even if I bought it, I never had the chance to give it to her again, even knowing that I waited for the opportunity to give it to her. I waited like this for the opportunity with it at the desk so I could give it to her at any time. Plonk. there was a weird noise. It was a noise I wasn't used to hearing. I was too used to, it was too big to be raindrops. It was completely different from the sound lost bugs when they cram into fluorescent light. I figured I must have heard and nestled back into my bonk. Noise happened again. I wasn't hearing things. I definitely heard it. Came from. I got up and turned on the lights. If there was a second, there would be a third. From where, though? I listened carefully. Bonk. The window. Sort of pebble were colliding with my window. When I realized they weren't being thrown there by the wind, but rather being thrown by a person, I gave it a start. I looked at the clock. It was 2 a.m. Could it be at a time like this? I'd quietly peeked out in front through the gap in the curtain. It was a light at the gate. Despite it being so late, I saw someone. They picked up a piece of gravel and threw it at the window. It hit the window and made a plonking noise. Was it? Caught my breath in surprise. My eyes weren't deceiving me. That person was Mio. I threw open the window and looked at the figure again. Here we go again. My eyes weren't deceiving me. It was Mio. It was Mio, and she was alive. Mio pressed her index fingers to the lips and made a motion so I wouldn't shout. She hadn't. Well, I nearly was about to cry out. In a very delicate position right now. Even if it was in the middle of the night, I wouldn't call out her name. I waved to her, gesturing that I'd be right over, flung on my coat atop my pajamas, flew out the door. I quickly hit the brakes before going down the stairs. Though happiness was sprouting within me, I had a sad feeling that this would be our final parting. I went back to my room again, grabbed that doll. If there was a god, I don't think I would ever thank him as much as today. Even if it will be the last time we ever saw each other, I will be so grateful for this one chance to give to her. I slipped into my sandals, unlocked the door, unhooked the chain, and leaped out of the house. Mion! It's been a while. How are you? Been doing alright? It was like he used to meet every morning. Mion waved to me and responded like she always did. It was doubtlessly Mion. It was the real Mion. Are you alright hanging around this place? I really shouldn't be. Certainly wasn't acting like she knew the police were following her. It was almost like a patient who had gotten tired of staying in the hospital and had snuck out. Her speech was relaxed enough to make me think that, and I couldn't help but surprise. That relaxation, I thought, was more like Mion, and I was happy for it. Anyway, what's wrong? At this hour. I wanted to talk to you one last time. That was when I noticed them. On Mion's forehead. Were big droplets of sweat. Her expression, too, which I had thought to be a satisfied smile, was upon closer inspection trembling slightly, and I realized she was forcing it. Well, I can't stay for any longer. Pain note was beginning to enter her words as well, as if just smiling was a... Are you alright? You're not feeling well? I try...
Till now. Till. Done. This is my limit. Oh. There. About to come up behind me to take me away.
Mion's smile crumbled and started to stiffen. Did she push herself this much to come all this away from me? Her laughter was cut off and changed into rough breathing. Oh, jeez, dude, no. I reached out to rub her back, but then she knocked me away. Are you okay? Don't force yourself. Oh, that's right. Something to give you, Meal. This doll. It comes. I had wanted to do last thing. I wanted to do this one last thing because I knew how little time he had left. Last thing, it. Oh! 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 Stomach. It's burning. Leon. A meat cleaver like knife and stabbed me. Pushed it and took it and twisted it. Oh, hey, what? It hurts. I made it. I made it. I cowered on the ground. My stomach was so hot, it was almost spewing fire. Leon watched it, then took a step back and cackled. I've done it! I've done it all! That's everyone I wanted to kill! The last words Leon left me with that day came back to me. After today, Leon will never come back. From today on, even if my body is here, all will, and demon will have it taken over. The demon. The demon. The demon. This cat thought we had able to meet. This cat healed. In a pool of blood of my own design, this is the doll I brought for Mion, dyed in red, so red. Mion. The good fortune of having been allowed to meet Mion was more, and the misfortune of that meeting being torn before my eyes. Should I be grateful or curse it? My emotions were neither of those, as my consciousness sunk into a black swamp. All I bought for Mion, the blood had ruined it. No matter how I scrubbed and scrubbed, it had needlessly been ruined. That moon was so white, it looked frozen. And here we go again. I told you guys it was not over yet. Again, like I said, it ain't over yet. Because remember that last picture I mentioned? Just envision what's about to come. Only for 5 minutes, understand? Please, try not to excite him. Yes, I'll be careful. Clack! The door opened, as I expected. Oishi-san came in. Hello, Kate Maibara-san. It's been a while, hasn't it? Tell me, how have you been since then? The doctor says post-operative recovery seems to be going smoothly. I think I got worse when I saw your face. You wound me. As Oishi-san said, gave a laugh that smelled of sweat. He handed Mom a bag of assorted candies he must have purchased from the souvenir corner for first floor of the hospital. Excuse me, Mrs. Maibara? Would it be possible for me to talk to Keiji-kun for a few moments? Mom clearly wasn't pleased at the thought of a police officer talking to her son without her there. However, I insisted. Mom, sorry, just a little while. It's 5 minutes, okay? Though grudgingly, Mom left the room. When she would close the door, Oishi-san grinned and widely looked around the room. A room to yourself? How high class. My old lady always gets a shared room, you know. Quite lively, however. Like you're a higher rank if you have a worse disease in places like that. The sicker you are, the prouder you are. Or maybe the more arrogant. Okay, it's alright. Oishi-san, we only have 5 minutes. I would like if there's this last 5 minutes we ever saw each other. I don't have any connection to Hinamizawa anymore. And this isn't in Hinamizawa anymore either. Yes, because there aren't any general hospitals in Okinomiya. And if I take a seat, down we go. A large university hospital in Shishibone City. It was a splendidly urban, entirely different from the likes of Hinamizawa and oh my god, Okinomiya. It was hard to believe Hinamizawa was part of the same city. When does it look like you'll get transferred? Don't know. I'm ready to go whenever, though. Our moving plans were delayed a little because of my serious injury. My parents had already left the house in Hinamizawa, though we're living in our new one. Closer to the new house once I'd recover to be taken there. Please, don't come to where I'm transferring. It really will get worse then. Man, you really do hate me. It may be just my job, but that stings. So I brought you all kinds of lovely souvenirs in atonement. You don't need to bring an assortment of cookies for that. Well, you see, there weren't actually cookies in there. Look! Oishi-san pulled open a can of cookies and... What? Ow! I'm stretching my scar. I didn't know what you were into, Maibara-san. So, I brought all sorts of things. See? All sorts of cute-looking ones, from westerns to comic strips. Lately, they have this sort of... I don't even want to think of it. Age manga at girls too. Don't bring you-know-what in here. Take them away and go home. Ow! Not for sure a healthy young person like you would be a little needy, being so cooped up in a place like this for so long. If you were to stay here too long, the only fetish you'll end up with is a nurse one, you know. Okay then, there are only plenty of other beautiful things in this world besides nurses after all. Don't decide on what to major in, now keep your options open. You need to be a bit more all-around type of person. I give Oishi-san vulgar laughter a pained grin. Somehow or another, I understood. The fact that Oishi-san, bringing up like this, meant that he had something important to talk about. The incident with Shion-san really was unfortunate. The night I was stabbed by Mion, Shion fell from her balcony and died. We'll see about that later on. They said the police were investigating all the possibilities, suicide and homicide, but it really could have been Mion's doing. Mion found out where Shion was hiding and pushed her down to her death. Nothing else was conceivable. It could have been an accident. It was Mion. It had to be. Criminology guys are saying it had to be suicide, but I'm the same opinion as you, Maibara-san. She pushed Shion-san and also stabbed you in one night. Has Mion still not been found? Oh, that's right. That's what I came here to tell you today, yes. We actually did find her. What? Ow! Learning that felt rather strange to me. I was partly relieved that the incident was truly over, and I was partly sorry that my best friend had finally been caught. I feel many others felt many other things too. My heart was a maze of emotions. That's not all. In the Sonosaki House catacombs, found a hidden well. Just as you said, Maibara-san, we found the remains of all those who disappear at the bottom. I see that sliver of hope, that possibility I believe in, that Rika-chan and Satoko-chan were alive, from the fact that their remains had been found gone. It was incredibly well hidden in those catacombs. I mean, it was a blind spot of another blind spot. It was a vertical tunnel that dug out like a well. There was a ladder set up there. And when we went all the way down there was another tunnel built there going through it. When we followed it, it was 100 meters. So we found ourselves at the mouth of a old unused well in the mountain. I wonder if it was a secret escape route to the previous Sonosaki later built. Probably was. It was made in the Meiji era. Still, I'm impressed they built something like that. So everyone's remains were at the bottom. Yes, even deeper down the escape path, there was a pool of coal tar. It had been casually thrown down there. They had fallen down from a fairly high spot, so their remains were totally buried in it. It took a lot of time and effort to pull the bodies up. Did you find them all? I hope that was the least they wouldn't find Satoko or Rika-chan. That's what I wish when I ask. But my shallow hope was crushed in a blink of an eye. Yes, all of them. In fact, we also found a human bones I think are over a decade old. I think there are at least 3 people. I suppose this is the dark side of Hinamizawa's history. Wonder how many people's bones we'll find when we've sucked out all the mud. It's a scary thought. That wave had been pushed down on Mion's shoulders the whole time. Mion. Currently identify people who disappeared from Shishibone City decades ago. We're talking about how this opportunity might have let us resolve disappearing persons cases that have been abandoned. After a deep silence, he breathed a heavy sigh. Oishi-san went for his cigarettes to pass the time, but then realized this was a non-smoking area, so he gave up and put it back in his shirt pocket. Alright. This was a bit of a detour, but you know how Rika Furude-san, right? Of course, she's my friend. Did she ever tell you along the lines of her regularly taking insulin injection for diabetes? Rika-chan has diabetes? I didn't know what he was talking about. Actually, we found in her skirt pocket a syringe. Like I said, I already know what he's talking about as well. It was destroyed though, so we couldn't identify the medicine. It was a bit out of place, so I got interested. You really don't know anything. Know anything about Rika-chan carrying syringes with her. Sonosaki family incorporates Yakuza people. Anyway, there's rumors that they deal in psychostimulants. I was thinking that might have something to do with it too. Are you trying to tell me that Rika-chan is a drug addict? Drug addict? No, not at all. That isn't what I'm saying. It seems strange, however you look at it, that there will be a syringe with her on her way to get soy sauce. No idea what any of this means. My eyes are spinning. I feel sick. Are you alright? Should I call a nurse? I'm fine. Please continue. That's all I had to say about the syringe. It was the only thing that personally struck me as interesting. Chan. It was sort of like the village mascot after all. Looks like the village is in an uproar right now between the older blind believers and the Sonosaki family who killed her. 3 families' effective control over the village is basically in shambles too. Someone comes up to them with talk of a dam again. With this sort of timing, the entire village would be abandoned for sure this time. I'm not related to Hinamizawa anymore. I actually was. I just said it because the thought about Hinamizawa being abandoned was unpleasant. I wanted to end the conversation quickly. There was a knock at the door. It opened slightly and my mom asked if we were still talking. Whoops, we went off topic, didn't we? What a pickle. I looked at the clock. 5 minutes were long past. I told my mother that there was something he really wanted to ask, if she could wait a little longer. Is that so? Keep it short, okay? There wasn't any getting around the fact that she was thinking about what a police officer could be talking to her son about. Maybe we should choose another day for this. Oishi-san? Mion? How is she right now? I want to hear that answer and then get rid of him. Before I tell you that, I just need one thing from you. Yeah. I just need you to answer something in all honesty. What is it? I want you to take your answer seriously, got it? Say something indiscreet. It could be viewed as the destruction of the investigation. And you could be persecuted. Oishi-san kept threatening me until the end. What do he want? Maibara-san, who did you think the criminal who pushed Shion from the balcony? There's no way it could be anyone but Mion, is there? Who was the one who stabbed you? Please don't make me say it again. It was Mion. Mion Sonosaki. Oishi-san smiled bitterly, then dabbed his forehead with a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. When you literally dab in the present day sense. He should have expected that answer, and yet it looked through as he wasn't satisfied with it. You pushed Shion and stabbed me. Didn't you admit yourself that Mion was a criminal? The evidence we have that Mion killed Shion is based on testimony from the man living next door. His neighbor is actually a neighbor of an organized crime group. In other words, he was Shion-san's bodyguard. Oh, I know that character. It seems he's a veteran leader in the vein. He was like a parent to the Sonosaki sisters growing up. That man said this. The noise he heard from the next door would sound like a fight between the sisters, and that he was used to hearing this when they lived together. And no, there's no doubt about it, that he heard Mion and Shion insulting each other and then heard him struggling. At first, though, he thought it was hallucinations she was having, brought on by her dementia. You see, he thought that because of that sort of ruckus that had been occurring every night. However, that night had been longer than the rest, and he claimed they went to a room to give her a sedative. The noise died down while he got the manager to give him the key. He already decided at least to check up on her, and after she wasn't answering his calls, they took the plunge and unlocked the door. Then they saw the room was a mess. Since Shion had been pushed over the balcony, they decided it had it had to have been Mion, and that's how it happened. In other words, he only heard from the other side of the wall. Plus, the apartment complex is connected to their organization. Doesn't have many residents. So, they were the only ones who heard it happening. To reiterate, only one person witnessed Mio and Sonosaki. Even if he didn't see her, that isn't obviously Mion's doing. Now, settle down. To what I'm saying, it means you are the only one who saw Mio and Sonosaki for sure last night. After all, Shion-san, the other witness, is no longer alive. What are you trying to say? I don't really understand. At one point, Oishi-san paused. The fact that this was no smoking area completely slipped his mind, and he took out a pack of cigarettes. For check, he lit one with his lighter, and exhaled a long stream of tobacco smoke. Were you really stabbed by Mio and Sonosaki? Yes. There's no doubt about it. Smoke, Oishi-san breathed out, floated away, like a thunderclap swept away by the wind. Oishi-san, can't smoke in here. The nurses will get mad. Actually, I found Mio Sonosaki at the bottom of the well, too. What? Fell to her death. Believed that she was trying to escape to that hidden passage in the well, but her foot slipped while climbing down that ladder. Fell to the bottom and broke her neck and died. Yes, same way as Shion-san. Well, she passed out that day. Mion tried to escape using the hidden well, but her foot slipped and she died. To beckon by the corpse of the other sacrifices she dropped down. But doesn't make any sense, does it? The autopsy came to the conclusion that she definitely died on that day. She didn't go back there after attacking you and Shion-san. She was already dead by then. My jaw was on the floor. There's absolutely no way that could be. Mion was the one that stabbed me. It had to have been her. There wouldn't have been anyone else to do it. Then, who attacked Shion and me? Who was it? The one who attacked you was someone who was Mion Sonosaki, and yet not Mion Sonosaki. I already know, as I said. My mind had become a complete mess, and I was starting to lose my ability to think. Do you remember how Mio Takano died? Takano-san. Ah, yes. I think I heard she was burned to death in some distant mountains. We learned that she was burned after being strangled to death. The Gifu station did the autopsy. It's a little bit strange. Results of the preliminary autopsy said she had been dead for at least 24 hours. Since that was contradictory, in their panic they seemed to have revised that she died earlier that day. Despite me being an absolute wreck over what was going on with Mion, told me there was even more on top of that. I didn't understand the complex things Oishi was telling me. The result, she had been dead for 24 hours, as our own old criminologist says, is pretty reliable. So then what would that mean? I've asked that question over and over, but on the night of Watanagashi, you were with Mio and Takano-san, right? Wait, whoa there! You were with Mio Takano-san, right? I was. You met her on the day before while setting up for the festival, right? I mean, I ran into her too. Yes, I was with her then. She had been dead 24 hours. Then that would mean she had already been dead the day before the festival. It can't be. She was alive during the festival preparations. However, when you slipped into the ritual storehouse, Takano-san was already dead. The origin of all that happened, beginning of everything, her intrusion in the storehouse, which I had regret countless times. The one who tempted me, Takano-san? When she invited us into the storehouse, she was already no longer in this world. There are too many dead people walking around in this incident. An incident caused by a dead person and ended up by a dead person. Also, apparently they're under pressure to revise the time of Mio and Sonosaki's death to the day of the incident, but to right after she stabbed you, probably pressure from the outside to get this incident wrapped up already. I appreciate it if you didn't say a word about this to anyone. Oishi-san grabbed his jacket and he was hanging on the chair, put out his cigarette at the bottom of his foot, and started pretending to wave away the smoke floating around. I haven't stayed too long. I've come here thinking I could at least end this incident as it has applied to you, but I already know what's coming, so I'm gonna have to turn the lights on. It looks like it got even more baffling instead. Absent-mindedly, he walked towards the door, looking at me, unable to speak out of the corner of his eyes. If it so happens that something comes up you want to talk about in the future, call me anytime. My business cards is in those souvenirs from before. That time comes, I'll pay you a visit with some wonderful souvenirs again. Oishi-san? I think I was still hiding something. That I, after all this, would be hiding something. I'm the one things are being hidden from. I'm the one who wants to know. Then let us meet again one day. Take care of yourself. Here we go! Slam. I listened to the tap-tap of Oishi-san walking down the way. I couldn't return from my state of bewilderment. I wanted to end the incident as it applied to me. It was over. Nothing was over. The incident was still continuing. Here we go! That was also a reference, by the way. And then slip. An arm covered in fresh blood came out underneath the bed. I wasn't that surprised. This was an illusion I was seeing, seized with fear.
Hey, Chan, I told you, remember.
Oh. Let me try doing this. Oh, no. That was horrible.
Hey, Chan.
Told you. Oh, now I'm doing my Gollum impression. Oh, jeez. I'll just go with Gollum.
Hey, Chan, I told you.
I heard a guttural voice coming from under the bed. I still recognize that as Mion's voice. What, Mion? What did you tell me?
I warned you on that day. After today, you see me, it will be the demon that possesses my body.
You're dead. You're Dude, you said that, didn't you? Sorry. Guess I wasn't careful enough. That's why I got zapped. Probably wounds that sustained when she fell from the ladder. If her fingernails were broken and torn. Her arms slowly felt on about the top of my bed, searching for mine. Oh, hey, Mio? I'll have a good joke. Want to hear it? The Mio under the bed didn't answer. Let's say that I died here today. But tomorrow I'll still be here living a normal life. And here I am just talking casually in this moment. When Oishi-san learned about it, afterwards, makes sense once again. Make a huge deal about it. Someone who died was alive, and he totally loses his head. Takano-san, Mion, and me third. So, you're right. Still out, doesn't it?
Oh, John.
Laugh. This is not that funny. Mion's bloodstained hand groped around and found my wrist. And through her fingernails were torn, she gripped it hard as if scratching me. Oh, go easy. Well, it hurts.
John, I've come for you.
I've tried to shake my wrist loose, but the strength she held it was unbelievable, and I couldn't. And she was only gripping one wrist, and my whole whole body, and yet my whole body couldn't move. I couldn't even twitch. My fingers were spread apart, and I couldn't make a fist either. And the fact that I couldn't make a fist, reminded me of the restraining table. I felt a crooked nail pressed against my left pinky fingertip. Mion's forehead was split open and a face covered in blood. He smiled and got right up in front of my nose. Nothing was over. Nothing was over. The incident was far from being over. Still going on. Still happening. Someone please end this incident. Cruel, tragic, unfortunate, sad incident. Please end it. That, my only wish. I granted you one. You won before, Ember. You don't get any more. You own... Oh, right.
What did you want before?
Don't get it anymore. Dion firmly grabbed the nail down on my fingertip, and with the other hand, she slowly swung the mallet up and... Michael Bay presents Illusions. Well, that's the end of it. Well, that's one of those... Ooh, nice. Test review. Oh, keep that in mind then. Let's get that one out of the way. About it. Oh, that one was probably the most terrifying so far. Thank you very much for enjoying Higurashi when they cry Watanagashi. How did you like the story this time? If you enjoyed it a little, I'm happy. A little nothing. Not again. A huge bad ending again, was it not? It's not enough to make me simply furious. I'm furious. Well, good everyone. Well, that's how it ended, but don't you think this story was kind of like a Mion chapter? I'm extremely satisfied how big a role I played. You cannot call a thing such a success. Riken and I got killed, didn't we? None of this concerns Satoko at all either. I didn't want to die like that! Now, don't cry. There's a story centering around Me-chan. We'll probably be the one that centers around Satoko-chan too. Look forward to it. Well, speak of the devil, that's obviously the next one. Satoko would definitely get attacked by a crowd of weird old bullies and abused to death. I don't want that! Me-chan, you joke around too much, you'll make me angry too. He has a flat chest. Your mind wouldn't understand even if you wanted me. Oh god. Oh, they expanded. Your body is so unchiced. Hey everyone, great work. Sorry we're late again. Tomitake-san, Oishi-san. Yes, you did a great job as well. Or Takano-san and Shion-chan. Hey, I wonder if Robbie and Odin still sees Shion right now, because I just screenshotted it. They're coming, of course. Thank you for inviting us today. May I sit here? Yes, go right ahead. With all of us here, this sure has to be the best part. Just go easy on me. Then we should get started. Is this everyone? Where's Keiji? Everyone but Keiji. Which means my Bada-kun still doesn't have a portrait. Someone really needs to get around to that. So are we going to read the scripts for the next story immediately? How unfortunate. Doesn't feel right to leave him out. Mio-san, you don't have to worry about that. At times like these, going all out is exactly showing consideration. That's true, isn't it? Can I actually save here? Oh, interesting. That's true, isn't it? We're all here for once. Holding awake would be boring. Then sorry, Keiji-kun. We'll take things from here. It's decided. Okay, everyone, get the cups. Does anyone not like carbonated drinks? No. There's alcohol for the adults too. Rika-chan, what will you have? Cola? Juice? I want what Tomitake is having. Hey! Rika-chan, you're not allowed to drink. Has everyone got their cups? If we don't make it a toast soon, my juice will get warm. Who would lead, Mio? Rena should do it. Rena, go ahead. Then, everyone, excellent work. The Watanagashi chapter is now over. Thank you. Bah. Okay, everybody's here. Shall we debate the story again? I think so. Then let's give some honest opinions. Does anyone here have anything to say? An honest opinion. Was the story this time not an answer chapter? The criminal was Mion-san. The root of all evil was the Sonosaki family. Was that not the conclusion? I see. I was so sure that Mi-chan wasn't the criminal. Too naive. This was entirely predictable from the previous Onikakushi chapter, was it not? In fact, it was almost shocking how predictable it was. You're right. It probably did align with most of the predictions made by the players of the previous scenario. It's like the story went exactly as everyone expected. Then, does that mean the main Higurashi when they cry scenario is pretty much over? So it's a sure thing? That's the root everything was Mi-chan's family? I wonder. In fact, I think that this all means the theory that Sonosaki being the guilty party has been disproven. Oh, you had the same opinion, Mio-san? I think the same way, though I still don't believe the curses. At the very least, however, I think the chances of the Sonosaki family being the true criminals has gone down. Huh? Why is that? Didn't Mi-chan confess that she killed everyone? That's right. She killed Rika and me, so what do you mean that she isn't the criminal after that? I'm not trying to confuse you or anything. It's just I think there are a lot of things that won't go along with Mion. And the one behind everything. If you think about it a little, you'll get it. Huh? I had believed the truth to be more or less in line with the Sonosaki family theory, but I'd love to hear your theory, Mion-chan. Then hear me out. Near the end, I confess I participated in the past events, right? I thought something wasn't really right about that, so I guess that's my basis. I mean, think about it. If the incidents of the past were caused by the Sonosaki family, that would be crazy. I mean, they'd all be perfect crimes. They would all be attributed to other criminals, or simple accidents after all. Oh, that's right. Sonosaki family is very powerful and they were acting behind the scenes. Wouldn't pulling off perfect crimes be child's play for them? That's just it. That's the weird thing. That's just it. That's the weird thing. The Sonosaki family had been killing and erasing people so well for the last 4 years. They didn't even let out a hint of that they were behind it, right? But the incidents in the 5th year, now that was really cheap. They were killing and erasing people at random. Any idiot could have been in the connection with the Sonosaki family. Now that I think about it, you're right. The incidents in the past were all mysterious and nobody could tell if they were because of the curses or it's just simple crimes. But then, on the 5th year, they suddenly got really violent. I do not understand what you are saying. Rika, do you? It means that if the Sonosaki family were the real criminals, then they would have done a much better job with the incident on the 5th year. So what does that mean? Mion-san wasn't the one who killed Rika and me, but it was the work of the demon who possessed Mion-san? Come on, come now. Just like I thought last time, Mion-san wasn't a bad person after all, was she? That's right. Satoko-chan and I both thought that she was doing bad things because she was possessed by something. Does that mean our theory was right? I've been supporting the curse theory since the last after party, and the story this time makes me all the more convinced it's true. The fact that it was a fact reveal at the very end. Mion-san and Takano-san had died days before, despite being witnessed. Seemed Ann gave a fake confession that she caused all the previous incidents to protect that person, or everyone was sane. Credible detective on our hands. Yes. An incident started to throw the scent off the true criminal. That's my reasoning. Though I go further, think the true culprit isn't part of the Sonosaki family. So it was Mio disrupting the incident to further protect the mystery of the person who pulled off the perfect crimes 4 years running then. That's right. Site Foreman only appeared in name in the last story. Pretty suspicious if you ask me. Amazing. It really does all add up. I still think the Sonosaki family and the sisters are the culprits though. An incident caused by the sisters to sever the 3 fetters to the 3 families just to clear away the past. That's my theory. Clearing away the past? You mean that they placed the blame for the 3 families' crimes on their final leader, Mion, to put an end to the dark history, and then the 2 of them left? That's right, it would make it a sad story where the sisters finally choose to end it after a lot of worry. We went a little too far. Amazing. It really does all add up. Wait, what? It looks like Rika-chan has an opinion too. Go ahead, Rika-chan. I have a question for you all. Why did Keiji need to get stabbed? We already know why that is, Rika. It's obviously because he went in the forbidden storehouse without asking. Thinking back on it now, Tomitaki-kun and Takano-san probably died in the previous story because they snuck into that storehouse, eh? Hmm? Rather strange indeed. Huh? What is this? What is it that's strange? Ah, Renaissance, that's right. Won't you think back, please? That's right. In the previous scenario, they were after Keiji's life, even though he didn't sneak into the ritual storehouse. Well, that's because... yeah, Hinamizawa hates outsiders, right? That's why they try to kill Keiji-kun. That would be strange, though. They should have attacked Kei-chan's parents, too, in that case. No matter how you look at it, though, his parents never seem to be in much danger. Either this time or the last. Hear that, everyone? Everyone who thinks it was a human's doing, unless you can properly explain the reason Keiji-san's life was threatened, you can't definitely prove the criminal was human, can you? Nah, even with the curse theory. However, we don't know why Maibara-san was attacked this time or the last time. A little more, we would have had it. There are a lot more mysteries remaining. Can't find some kind of reason for everyone but Keiji-kun to die, but for some reason Keiji-kun's death is always vague. Both this time and last time. He was being targeted regardless of whether he went into a ritual storehouse. And does that not mean he was doing something that got him killed both last time, this time? I see. If we can find something in common about Maibara-kun's actions and between last time and this time, it seems like it would be the key to unraveling all the incidents. I skimmed through the stories again, but I think he's going about his life in his own way. Though, aside from the part with the storehouse, I didn't spot anything suspicious about his daily lifestyle. Keiji-kun, what did you do both last time and this time? Something bad that would cause you to be killed. It's best to ask the person himself when you're unsure. And here he is. Oh, so while I was reading the script for the next game, all by myself, you were talking about me behind my back, huh? I see. Well, that's that. Anyway, Keiji-kun, you should try asking your own heart. Hey-chan, so what kind of bad thing did you do that'll get you killed? It must surely all be violent things he does towards me. Squeezing my chest so tightly was surely a crime. Yeah, being happy all day surrounded by girls his age is kind of a crime in the first place. Grave crime indeed. My Bara-san is truly an envious main character, isn't he? Switch out with me once in a while, would you? Cuckoo. Oh, with all those perks getting stabbed at the end, isn't really much of a price to pay. Well, there you go, Keiichi-san. Have you remembered the crimes you committed? Ah! Both this time and last time, I live a proper and just life, and I always get a terrible fate in the end. What was that? Ask about my own heart? I'm the one who wants to know. This is bullying. How sad, how sad. I'll pet your head next time for you. I wonder if we should go back and read Onikakushi after reading. I'm going to put myself in Mion's shoes and read back over Watanagashi. I'll find something compared to when I read it from Kei-chan's point of view. I would always think it would be the doing of a demon. All those events and tricks that can be explained with a demon. It's kind of like plasma. What did you, the readers, think about it? I already know what goes down thanks to the anime. I'd certainly like to hear your thoughts and opinion. Through the mail, is there an address? And another 100 perfect achievement, perfect game get. Yep. So, not counting the later 2 volumes we'll be reading next Wednesday, this has to be one of those playthroughs I finally finished that I halted back in December and January. February, yeah. No, I started... Yeah, February as well, because I know I started Pokemon. At least take 2 at that. Anyway, yeah, at least I finally got that down. Now there's Oblivion and The Sims 2 to finish, but I feel like Sims 2 will be finishing soon. You know I do have Smash and, Borderlands 2. I don't even know what this Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Super Smash Brothers World of Light. So I don't even know if I'm gonna finish that, or possibility of just doing Take 3 in BL2 at some point. I really don't want to say that since I think people will be upset with me about that. But anyway, yeah, speaking of The Sims 2, tomorrow I'll be streaming that tomorrow as always, and there'll be no stream Friday since I'll be out to Asen, and 4 minutes overtime again. This is the 3rd time already. I think I'll probably be tired after walking around taking pictures of cosplayers in the event, and buying a bunch of merchandise as well. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, thanks for, but that concludes Watanagashi. Now I gotta start on, there we go, Tatarigoroshi, and next Wednesday. So, yeah, thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Take care.